Hi everyone, welcome to How Money Works and How to Get It, a complete timeless guide. This is the only video that I know of on YouTube which will completely inform you on what money is and how you can get it. In this video, we are going to learn how money has always worked, specific skills you need to learn to make money from today, how all businesses work, and at the end of this video, I've given you a specific step-by-step guideline on how you can make money starting today. So basically, this is a complete guide where I haven't kept anything to myself, and this is actually everything you need to know. By the end of this video, you won't feel confused about money anymore. You can look at any person or business and know exactly how they make money. So the next time you see any rich person on the internet, you'll actually know exactly what they're doing and how they're doing it to make that money. You will actually know how everything works. You will be able to think about money for yourself and you won't be fooled by anyone. You will know exactly what to do from today to start earning money. We are going to see that all businesses and all people make money using this funnel. And all money in the world is basically made using this funnel. And all of this sits on top of business and money foundations, which we will cover in this video, and the mindset and logic you need to be able to make money. And then you need to completely understand how this funnel works. And if we just do that, you will be able to make money. If you understand this entire stack and how it works, you will be able to make money doing anything you like. Whether that's in fitness, whether that's in beauty, tech skills, if you're a web developer, if you do copywriting, email marketing, automations, education, if you're someone who wants to teach and make money, if you're a very good guitarist or you play the piano really well, and pretty much any industry, it all works exactly the same way. And now we are going to learn how this funnel works using a few examples that I've given for you. So let's suppose this is Eddie and he is a fitness guy, and here's how he can make money from fitness. So he would have to build out a funnel like this. At first, he would have to get relevant traffic. All businesses or all money making is basically done through this funnel. And this funnel has 4 layers: a top funnel, a middle funnel, a bottom funnel, and the end. If Eddie wants to start making money from fitness, at first, what he has to do is get relevant traffic. What does that mean? So he has to post relevant content online that positions himself as an expert to potential buyers only. And we are going to learn how you can do this in this course. So he has to make video content like how to lose weight fast, how I got abs, and how you can too, the best supplements to take for muscle building. And the goal behind posting content like this is creating an audience of people who want to get in shape. So what type of a person would click on how to lose weight fast? Someone who is trying to lose weight. And these are the people that Eddie can sell something to make money. So the very first step is build out an audience through creating content that only a potential customer would watch. So now we're going to move on to the middle funnel. After building an audience that knows, trusts, and likes Eddie, he will collect their emails or target them with ads to sell stuff that would solve his audience's problems. We're going to cover how you can do all of this. Things he would have to do: give away valuable PDFs like workout routines, meal plan PDFs that his audience would happily give their emails for. So what's happening? So at the very beginning, he will build an audience among relevant traffic. So people who want to lose weight, he will make videos for those guys. And then he will give further value. He's going to create a free PDF or an ebook that only someone who's trying to lose weight or someone who is a potential customer would want. So that might be, hey, here's a complete workout plan PDF that I made for you that you can start following at home to start losing weight. If you want to download that, it's given under this video. So then people would go and download the PDF, but to download it, they would need to give their emails. And that is one way that Eddie could get their emails, right? And then once he gets the emails of these people, and who are these people? People trying to lose weight. He can then start sending out emails to them, telling them about his one-to-one coaching program where he will help them lose weight. for a monthly fee. And that would lead to him having his first sale. So things he would do: give away valuable PDFs. He would create a one-to-one coaching program that gets people in shape. Then he would send emails telling his existing audience to sign up or target them with ads. So he could send out emails to the email list that he built out, or he could make ads at this point, targeting the people who already follow him and know about him. So he could make an ad that says, "Hey guys, I'm Eddie. You might know me from my YouTube channel where I help people get in shape. And I actually have a one-to-one program. I can only take 10 people in right now. And if you want to sign up for it, know a bit about the program, click the link below." And he would target this ad only to people who already know him. And then a lot of people will click on that ad. These are all people who are trying to lose weight. And from there, he could sell 10 people in on his coaching program. That's $1,500 a month. And he would be then making $15,000 a month. But that is pretty much how you build out a funnel like this and then get a sale at the end and make money. So he will start getting sales from his emails and ads. He might service 10 clients at $2,000 a month each for a 6-month guaranteed weight loss program. So for 6 months, he would only serve 10 clients and he would be able to make $20,000 for 6 months. That is $120,000. The program would include meal plans, how to prep, daily accountability group, workout plans, and daily coaching calls. So only from serving 10 clients, he would be able to make $20,000 a month if he set up something like this. And in this video, this is specifically what we're going to cover. No matter what industry you're in, this should work for you. In a few minutes, I'm going to show you how I use this funnel to build out my business and how pretty much everyone on the internet that you see making money are doing this exact thing to make money. And then at the end, he would need to do service fulfillment or product delivery if he's selling a product. He would actually need to deliver results and collect client testimonials, which he could run as ads later or talk about in the middle of his content at the top funnel. So this is what it would look like. Eddie would post videos on top only for potential buyers, right? So helping people lose weight or get in shape or people trying to build muscle. That would lead to him building rapport and trust in the marketplace. And then he would start giving away a PDF or an ebook that only people who are his potential customers would want. That way he would get their emails. Then he would sell stuff to them. He would get a few sales and he would have to get results for these people. Then at the top funnel again, he would start talking about his coaching program in the middle of his videos. So let's suppose he posts a video like how to lose weight in 3 months. And in that video, he might talk about his coaching program where he talks about all the results that he's been able to get from his clients to sign up even more people down this funnel. Now we're going to see an example of the same thing being done in the beauty industry. So this is Maria and she is in beauty and fashion. Here's how she can make money from it. So at the very beginning in the top funnel, she would have to post relevant content online that positions herself as an expert or a liked figure. So she doesn't necessarily have to be an expert in fashion. She just has to be a liked figure that helps, let's say, other women become more fashionable or other women learn how to do their makeup, or she makes content that makes women feel good about themselves or navigate their lives better. So her video content might be how to do bridal makeup or wedding makeup, a lady's complete guide to makeup, how to style your outfits, complete color theory. Like, oh, if you mix and match these colors and these type of clothes, you're going to get this type of a look. So if you're a woman watching this video, I'm sure you know a lot about this stuff than I do. And Maria's goal behind posting content like this would be getting an audience of women who are into beauty and fashion. Now, skills required for this would be knowing how to write scripts, filming, editing, how to speak on camera. And this is very important. You might not have these skills now. In this video, I'll tell you how you can develop these skills, but these are skills that are going to be required in the top funnel. And it would be the same thing for Eddie, who was a gym guy. He would also have to know how to write out scripts, how to do filming, editing, and how to speak on camera. These are all things that are all covered in this video. All you have to do is just watch this thing and everything's going to make sense to you. All right, so back to Maria. She starts posting content like that and starts building out an audience. And now she has to build out an email list only containing people who might be potential buyers of something she might sell down the line. So after building an audience that knows, trusts, and likes Maria, she will collect their emails or target them with ads to sell stuff that her audience would buy. So before we get to what she could sell, we first have to understand how she might get their emails. So things she would do. She would have to give away valuable PDFs like a complete guide to styling your outfits, a complete guide to makeup, essential jackets PDF plus how to style them. Or she could say, hey guys, I made a fashion ebook and the book has all the types of clothes you must have in your wardrobe that you can style for any different look. That is something that her audience would really value. And then she would give a link to download this PDF under her YouTube videos, and then her audience would go to download these videos in exchange for their emails. This way she would have a big email list over time. So once she has her audience built out, she might start her own clothing line, make a product line, or become an affiliate. All right, so Maria's bottom funnel might look something like this. She will start getting sales from her emails and ads. She might sell 10 jackets at $200 each per day. So that would result in $2,000 in sales per day from her existing audience, who are all women who are fashion conscious and beauty conscious. And then at the end of the day, she would just calculate her profit or get affiliate sales. Or instead of starting her own product line, she could just be an affiliate partner and get commissions from affiliate sales. So even though for this example, we saw how Maria could build a product business, we are not going to learn that in this video. We are going to simply focus on how you can make money without having any money to invest. So we are going to specifically look at businesses you can start where you don't need any upfront capital, right? Like you don't need any money to start making money. So what Maria would do if she wants to make money without having any money to spend on building out a product business, she would have to sign up for affiliate programs. Before we start the course, let's see how everyone makes money using the same exact system that we just learned about, including me. So here are some people making money using the same funnel that we just learned about. So first we're going to look at Jeff Nippert, who is in the fitness space. So this is his top funnel. His top funnel are the YouTube videos that he posts. And we're going to look at some of the titles. The exact workout I followed for my 1-year transformation. Who would watch this? People who go to the gym and also might want a physique like this. How to bulk like a pro using science. The best and worst bicep exercises. Who would watch this? People who go to the gym and want bigger biceps. So all of his videos give value to people who are all potential customers. So let's click on this video. And now what we really want to see is the description underneath his videos. I'm sending everyone who pre-orders my new hard copy physical print book a free ebook. Pre-order here. So he's taking people who already want to get in shape and building an audience in that space and then selling stuff to them. And you can order a copy from Amazon, Barnes and Nobles. So essentially building out an audience to people who suffer from a problem. What is that problem? They want to get in better shape, and then selling stuff that those people would buy. And we want to take a look at his website. Training programs. There you go. $50, $50, $39. And I'm sure he gets a lot of sales from these. Nutrition plan. The ultimate guide to body recomposition. And then he has a video here too telling you about everything you're going to get. So back to his YouTube description. My ultimate guide to body recomposition. So he is plugging his product here. And then an affiliate link, Rise Gym Apparel. So if I buy anything now, I'm sure he's going to get a kickback. I don't know if this is his brand. If it's his brand, then all of the proceeds go to him. But if it's not, and if this is an affiliate link, then he's going to get a kickback from it. Now we're going to look at another example. Tom Beckles, another guy in fitness. Same thing. Top funnel. We're going to take a look at his YouTube videos. Hard gainer workout plan for skinny guys. Who would watch this video? Skinny guys trying to get in shape. And they would look at him as an expert who can help them. So people who are skinny and trying to gain muscle would watch this video. And then in this video, I'm sure he's going to try and sell you in on a coaching program. There you go. The one-to-one coaching program. So then people would click on the link and go to his website. He would qualify the lead. This is what we call lead qualification. Beckles Fitness, how can I help you? Lose weight or build muscle, healthy lifestyle. So if it's build muscle, how do you identify male? I am 22 to 30. What's holding you back from achieving your goals? Next. Are you willing to invest between $180 to $250 a month on your physique? So I think what he realized from working with people for many years is that for people to get in shape, they have to spend around 180 to 250 pounds per month on their physique, on nutrition and stuff like that, or else it just doesn't work. What is your motivation to start now? Next. And here you go. This is the part I really want to show you. Wants your email and your phone number. Now, if I give my phone number here, I am probably going to get a call from one of his sales reps. And the sales rep is then going to inform me about his programs so that I can make a better decision on which program I want to enroll in and how much it might cost. And I'm going to give my email here as well because plenty of people might fill this up but not buy from him. And then he wants my email as well. Why would he want that? Because plenty of people might fill this form up, but then not buy from him. But if he has their emails, he could send reminders like, hey, you filled out the form, but you didn't get my coaching program. If you're still thinking about getting in incredible shape, join my program. Like that might be one of the emails that he sends out, right? Essentially what I'm trying to show you is that all of this stuff works exactly the same way and that everyone's doing the same exact thing. Now back to his YouTube description. He has a few affiliate links here. Now we're going to look at people doing the exact same thing in the music space. So Ethan Davis, who teaches music production. So this is his top funnel on YouTube. And essentially, why is he doing all this? To build out an audience among potential buyers. So we're going to take a look at the types of videos that he's making. Hip hop production for beginners, step-by-step masterclass. Who would watch this video? Someone who wants to learn music production. Pop music production for beginners. Again, who would want to learn this stuff? People who are interested in learning how to produce music. 1 hour music production advice with a pro in Ableton Live. How to produce like a pro in Ableton 12. Now we're going to click on any one of these videos. So pop music production for beginners, step-by-step masterclass. Let's take a look at the video description. Check out the course here. So in the video, he is going to give massive value to people who want to learn music production. And then in the middle or at the end of the video, after value has already been provided, he's going to say, by the way, if you're serious about becoming a music producer, I actually have a course or a product or a service that I sell. And then you could click here. He wants your email to watch a free training. So he's not even directly selling this to you. So you're going to give your email here. 5 secrets to making your music sound like the pros. Join now for 50% off. And this page will have tons of reviews. And there's the price. There you go. $497. Lifetime membership, $497. So how is he selling stuff? Using the same thing that we learned here. And also he collected my email. So once he gets your email, he's going to give you more free value. Complete Producer Pro. So let's click on the link. Perfect indie drums and get dad drums. And he's trying to sell something. These are all ways through which you can monetize your audience and make money. So essentially for Ethan, he builds out a top funnel. Again, he's not the only one doing this. This is the only way you can build businesses, right? And even bigger brands do the same exact thing, which we're going to see in a little bit. And I would really recommend that if you want to learn music production, like take Ethan's course, because I've been learning a lot of stuff from his YouTube channel. Like this guy is really, really good. So, and that's one of the things we're going to cover as well, that you genuinely need to know what you're talking about. Because if you don't know what you're talking about, people can tell. Let's see another person doing the same thing, Andrew Huang. So most of his videos now are reviews for musical products. And under the review videos, he has an affiliate link. And he also has a course. Now we're going to take a look at my business called English Bully, which is an English learning organization. There you go, 300,000 subscribers from 6 videos. And I've built out my top funnel making English learning videos. Now, who would want to watch English learning videos? Like this is a 9-hour English learning course that I made that has 5 million views. Who would watch this video? Someone who doesn't know English and wants to learn English, right? So they click on this video, then I teach them English for 9 hours straight. And then I'm like, oh, by the way, download my free PDF. And then they go to download my free PDF. And then here I tell them about my paid product, which is a $50 course. And then they can click here to download the PDF, or to do my course, they can click here. Here you go. 3,014 people are doing my $50 course. So that's well over $100,000. So this is my business's Facebook page, and it does the same exact thing. Give free value to potential customers, build out a relevant audience, and then tell them about your paid stuff. You're likely to get sales. Why? Because who's watching these videos? People who suffer from the problem you solve. So here's another business in the education space doing the exact same thing. IELTS Advantage, and they teach English and like they help people prepare for the IELTS exam, which is an English test that people from non-English speaking countries have to give. IELTS speaking practice test almost perfect. Now, who would watch this video? Someone who is going to give this test, right? And then underneath this video, VIP course, 10% off. So you come here and they tell you all about the success stories and the reviews, and then you get to pay, right? So it's $224 for a one-time payment. And there you go. Like that's how he is monetizing his audience. All right. So he has a free giveaway, IELTS speaking challenge. And if you click here, you're brought to this page. And of course, he's going to collect your emails here. Why? Because he's going to take your email. He's going to give you something for free. But who would want this something for free? Someone who is going to give their IELTS exam. These are people that he sells something to, right? And then he's going to send emails telling them about his paid program. and make money. So once you have the entire system built, you just keep posting videos and you keep getting more and more people into your audience. And then that audience downloads your PDFs, you get their emails with email automations, you keep telling them about your paid stuff and you keep getting sales. All right, so Jesse Hartel in beauty. All right, so now we're gonna see how someone is doing what we just learned about in beauty. This is a makeup tutorial using Dior products. And in her description, there you go, affiliate links. Here are the products linked, products. And if we click here, it's gonna be stuff that you can buy. There you go. And if we buy any of this stuff, she is going to get a kickback. So if a product is $100, she might get $20 or $30 for sending relevant traffic to the product and for getting these product sales from her audience. All right, so we're gonna take a look at her videos. Full face Huda Beauty. I don't know what any of that means, but no description has been added to this video. My glowy makeup routine. Products, there you go. If we click here, this is going to be an affiliate link. And now if anyone from our audience buys stuff, she's going to get a kickback. Essentially, it all works the same way. All right, so another example in tech, Patrick Spiegel, web design. How to start a 15K a month web design agency in 90 days, 3-hour course. And he's giving something away for free here, an 80-page document on how to build a website agency. Now, who would want this? People trying to build a website agency, and he helps people build web agencies. All money and businesses work exactly the same way, not just the few examples given here. All big brands are doing this too. For example, Mr. Beast. Who watches Mr. Beast videos? Mostly children and teenagers and young adults. And what do they like? They like chocolates. And that just happens to be his product business. So relevant traffic, and then at the end, how do you monetize it? By selling something that the people you serve would buy. Another digital product that Mr. Beast has is called ViewStats. And essentially this is a YouTube video analytics tool where you have to pay a monthly subscription to get better data on what sort of videos you should make. And why would he start this business? Because Mr. Beast is very well known in the content creation space. Everyone knows him in that space. So if he makes a product serving people to make better content, people would buy that product. Nike, their entire brand is built on fitness and how to get in shape, and people who are always just constantly doing things and who are fit and who like to run and jog. And what is one thing that people like that would buy? Shoes. And what are complementary products? Fitness wear. These are all things that Nike does sell. However, what Nike can't sell is chocolates. Like Nike is not going to sell chocolates. Why? Because that wouldn't go with their brand at all. Chocolates aren't considered healthy. All right, so at this point, you might wonder what makes me qualified to talk to you about any of this. So hi, I am Tanvir. I was born in Bangladesh, which is listed as a third world or developing country. And Bangladesh ranks 23rd in the world for having the highest levels of corruption. And my parents split up when I was in the 5th grade. Whoa, how is that relevant? It's relevant because my elder sister and I grew up with our mother, who was a housewife. So money was very tight growing up, and I knew I had to figure it out. I had to figure out how to make money. So when it was time for me to go to college, my dad said he would not pay for it. And college in Bangladesh, for the program that I was in, it was around $10,000 for a 4-year business degree. I knew I had to make my own money fast. So I started an English learning company called English Bully, the one that I just showed you. And I did it in a developing country without any help or investments from my parents or anybody, without any nepotism. And for those of you wondering why I couldn't just get a job here, because jobs in Bangladesh do not pay at all. So people make like $200 a month. That's the average income here. So 3 years ago, I started English Bully, and in these 3 years, I grew it to 850,000 followers on Facebook, 299,000 subscribers on YouTube, and to $10,000 a month in income while operating in the local market. Again, I wasn't selling things to international audiences. I really wanted to prove that you could make $10,000 a month in a developing country without any investments, where the average income per person is $250 a month. It's not even $250, it's $213 a month. This is my income chart, and I'm going to show it to you now. All right, so this is the back end of the website, and there you go. April, close to $11,000, around $7,600. And these are website sales only. A lot of our sales happen outside of the website, where someone's going to directly send us money to a mobile banking app that we have here. And those sales are these discounts that you see. So they're going to directly send us $50 to a mobile banking app that we have here called Bikash. And then we're going to give them a 100% off discount coupon with which they can take admission from the website. So this is the website that I built out, and over 3,000 people bought the program at around $50. And I managed to do all of this just from one small room in an apartment with a laptop and an internet connection. And here's a screenshot of my business making $440 in a single day. I personally do not know anyone in this country who did something like this locally at my age. The results I got statistically were about 5.85 in a billion. So there are 171 million people in Bangladesh, and the probability of an event happening when the odds are 1 in 171 million is basically this. So this is what I was able to accomplish from the information that I'm going to share with you in this video. However, due to political instability, corruption, and a market crash, the entire economy of the country has gone through terrible inflation. And it makes no sense for me to operate a business in this country's economy anymore. So when I started the business, $1 used to be 84 taka, which is the local currency, but now it's 121 taka for a single dollar. What that means is if you made $120,000 in the local currency, it devalued to around $80,000. So I lost around $40,000 in value just to inflation. So all this really was a very stupid point to prove, because as we will see in this course, the market you're in is one of the highest determining factors of how much money you can make. So again, I did all of this just to prove a point that even in a developing country, which is corrupted, you could still make a lot of money and fix your life without getting help from your parents or taking investments or any nepotism or anything like that, if you just had access to the right information, which you will if you watch this video. So how did I get these results? I read over 1,000 books on every part of running a business, and I did well over 1,000 courses at this point from people who knew what they were talking about. The information I am about to share with you in this video changed my life, and I believe it can do the same for you. And that is why I am making this video. Let's start. Alright guys, so we're going to start things off with the foundations of business and money. Everything that we're going to learn, all of it sits on top of this foundational layer. And if you mess this up, nothing on top really works. So what people do is they'll learn some skills for the top funnel or in the middle funnel, but they don't really know how it's connected to anything because their foundations aren't well developed or they're not clear about how money really works. So this is the first thing we're going to cover. And after we cover this, everything's really going to start making sense to you. So this is the most important part of this video. Let's start. So I gave a diagram here and we are going to understand the rules of money using this diagram. So let's suppose this is you and you live in this home and your university is 15 minutes away from your home if you walk there. Now, would you consider spending $20 to go from your home to your university when you can just walk there in 15 minutes? No, you wouldn't. So under these circumstances, you would keep your $20 in your pocket and you would walk over to your university every day. You wouldn't consider spending $20. So under these circumstances, the value of $20 to you is a lot higher than you walking 15 minutes to go to your university. And under these circumstances, a money exchange will not happen and your $20 will stay in your pocket. It's not going to go over to someone else's hands. However, one day you wake up late, it is raining outside, and your semester final exam starts 5 minutes later. So you just woke up, it's raining outside, and your semester final exams are going to start only 5 minutes later. And if you're late or if you are not able to get to your exam on time, then you're going to have to retake that entire course or that entire semester. Now, under these circumstances, would you consider spending $20 to get a taxi from your home to your university so that you can get to your university in under 5 minutes? Yes, you would. Why? Because in these circumstances, the value of you having $20 in your pocket is a lot lower than you getting to your university on time, giving your final exam properly, and not having to retake the entire course or the semester, right? Like the value of that is way higher than $20. So under these circumstances, you would very happily pay an Uber driver $20. You would get to your university on time. You would sit for your exam, give it well, I suppose, and you wouldn't even think about the fact that you had to spend $20. Like you'd be happy. Thank God, like I wasn't late. So what happened? A money exchange happened. And why did a money exchange happen? Because the amount of money you spent was a lot lower than the value of the thing you got in return for it. And only under these circumstances, a money exchange happens. And that's the first rule of money. All right, so rule 1 of money. Someone will only hand you an amount of money which is far lesser than the value of the thing they get in return. So this person handed the $20 to an Uber driver only when the value of the thing he got in return for giving $20 was a lot higher, which is going to his university on time and not having to retake an entire course, which was a lot higher than $20 to him. And that's when he handed the money over. This value is subjective and differs from person to person. Now, how is this value subjective? Let's suppose this person is your neighbor who goes to the same university. However, on the day that it was raining, he didn't have his semester final exams. He just didn't have any exams, just had regular classes. So for him, he might not even go to the university that day, let alone spend $20 to get there. So you might just stay home. So since your neighbor doesn't have exams on that day, he's not going to spend $20 and a money exchange won't happen. So the value is subjective. However, for this person, well, he spent the $20 because for him, the circumstances were different, right? So the value is subjective, differs from person to person. All right, so I'm going to repeat the first rule of money again because this is the most important rule. So rule 1 of money, someone will only hand you an amount of money which is far lesser than the value of the thing that they get in return. This value is subjective and differs from person to person. The entire world's economy runs on this rule. All money exchange or all sales happen according to this rule. Money only goes from one person's hand to another person's hand when either parties win, or else it is a scam. All right? So both parties have to win. For example, I bought this table and I bought this table for $50. Now the person who sold me this table, he didn't sell this table at a loss. No, like he made a profit. So he won. But I would never spend $50 to buy this table if the value of the thing I get in return wasn't a lot higher to me than me having $50. What does that mean? Well, I bought this table so I could keep my laptop on it and make videos like this. And making videos like this grows my personal brand and builds my business online. And the value of that to me is a lot higher than me having $50. So I am winning. So when I spend $50 on this table, I am winning. Why? Because the value I derive from this table is a lot higher to me than me having $50, or else I would never spend $50 to buy this table. And the guy who made this table, he would never sell this to me if he wasn't selling the thing at a profit, right? So everyone has to win in a money exchange. Now, if we consider someone else who doesn't have a business, doesn't make videos like this for the internet, he maybe wouldn't really have any use for a table like this. So that person would probably not spend $50 to buy a table like this, and he would keep his $50 to himself. Does that make sense? And a money exchange in that case wouldn't happen. So rule 2 of money. Money works in circulation. Money is not like food. It is not consumed by anyone. It simply goes from one person's hand to another person's hand. If you buy a burger, this might seem a little basic, but really we have to cover this stuff as we move along. So when you buy a burger for, let's say, $5, what happens? The $5 just goes from one person's hand to another person's hand, and it enters the money circulation where it just keeps going from one person's hand to another person's hand. However, the burger you're going to eat and it's going to get consumed and digested. So no one really makes money. They just get it from another person, and they get it using rule number 1. And what was rule number 1? You're only going to give a certain amount of money away if what you get in return for that amount of money is worth a lot more to you than that amount of money. So when are you going to buy a burger for $5? When your hunger is a lot higher, or the enjoyment you're going to get from eating that burger is a lot higher to you than you having $5 in your pocket. This is basically what we call a sale. And this is how a sale happens. So let's suppose this is Mr. Ted and he wants to buy a chair. And this is you. You are selling a chair. Now, your cost to make a chair might be $10. Now, let's suppose that your cost to make a chair is $10 and your selling price is $50. And what Mr. Ted can afford, like what he can realistically afford, let's say he only has $200 to buy a chair. He can't afford a chair that's like $210. He just can't. So what Mr. Ted can realistically afford is $200, right? However, this is the most important part. The subjective value of Mr. Mr. Ted having a nice chair he loves to sit on might be valued at $5,000 to him. What does that mean? What that means is, even if he pays $50 to buy a chair that you're selling, the subjective value or enjoyment he's going to get from that chair might be $5,000. Maybe he's going to put the chair beside a window and like just enjoy views, or maybe he's going to relax on it, and that's really going to help him out. So what you need to understand is sales have nothing to do with how much it costs you to make something. It has everything to do with how much value the person you sell something to will get from the purchase, and what they can realistically afford, and what your selling price is. What does that mean? So your profit is basically the difference between your cost to make a chair and your selling price. Now, your selling price might be $150. And Mr. Ted, if he bought the chair at $150, he would still be winning. Why? Because the subjective value Mr. Ted will derive from buying that chair is a lot higher than $150. Does that make sense? And there you go. Mr. Ted's value or enjoyment would be the difference between what he spent to buy the thing, so $50, and his subjective value. The value of Mr. Ted buying this chair is really $4,950 of value or enjoyment that Mr. Ted is getting from buying this chair. He doesn't really care how much money it cost you. Now, even if you sold this at $200, which is what he can afford, like that's his budget, he would still be winning, because he would then get $4,800 of subjective value from the purchase. All right. However, if you're selling the chair at $250, he just can't afford it. But even if he could, he would still be winning, really, because his enjoyment for the thing would be $4,750 of subjective value. So basically, all sales happen at a value loss to the seller, basically like the Uber driver that charged you $20, but what he was giving you in return, which is you getting to your university on time and being able to give your semester final exam so you don't have to retake that entire course, that was valued at a lot higher than $20. And under those circumstances, a money exchange very easily happens. So basically, circumstances where the purchaser wins by a lot in value is when a sale very easily happens. For example, this laptop is around $3,000. Now, I didn't really feel bad spending that money to buy this laptop because I use it to run my business. And I make a lot more from my business than the amount of money that I spent on this laptop. So my subjective enjoyment and the actual amount of money I can make from this laptop is a lot higher than $3,000. And under those circumstances, a money exchange very easily happens. So everyone has to win in a money exchange. So in the case of my business, English Bully, let's suppose this is a customer and his name is Sami and he wants to learn English. And I sell an English learning course for $50. Now from my end, let's suppose that the cost per sale is $5. Like ad spend and hosting and all of that cost me $5 per sale. And I can sell at $50. So I make a profit of $45 per sale. And what Sami can realistically afford is $100. He's a student, he doesn't have a lot of money, so he can realistically afford something that's $100 or less than $100. However, Sami's subjective value of learning English is a lot higher than $100. It might be priced or valued at $100,000 or $500,000. So the subjective value of Sami learning English so that he can get a job and not fall behind might be worth $100,000 to him, or even more. Like if he doesn't speak English, he's not going to be able to go abroad from a country like Bangladesh to pursue like higher education or stuff like that. So even though he can only afford $100 and he's spending, let's say $50 to get my course, the thing he gets in return means a lot more to him than him having $50. Now, of course, your product has to work. Like my English course just has 5 stars, and I can guarantee that it's the absolute best English course that people can find in this country. But your stuff has to work. If it doesn't work, then it's a scam. However, if he spends the $50 and then after he goes through the course, he actually can now speak English, the subjective value or enjoyment that Sami derived from the $50 purchase is a lot higher than $50, and he's going to be a very, very happy customer. Does that make sense? And you're going to be able to sell things easily. Now, in rule 1, we saw that this value is subjective. So this is my friend Vincent, and he already speaks English. So to Vincent, he doesn't really need an English learning product. Let's say Vincent has a lot of money. He can afford something for $1,000. and I am selling my English course for $50. However, the subjective value of Vincent learning English is $0 because he already speaks English. So Vincent would never buy an English learning product. Does that make sense? So I wouldn't be able to sell anything to him. I think there's a very big misconception where people are like, oh, I can sell anything to anyone. No, you can't. I can't sell an English learning course to someone who already speaks English. So a sale only happens to solve a problem. It might be a psychological problem, a social status related problem, but all sales are made to solve a problem, and the value of that problem being solved to the purchaser is a lot higher than the amount of money he or she is going to pay you. So people only buy things to solve a problem. Every purchase is only made with the intention of a problem being solved. Why would someone buy cosmetic products? To solve a problem. What is that problem? They want to look beautiful. When they go out, when they take pictures, they want to look a certain way, and the value of them looking that beautiful is a lot higher than the amount of money they're going to have to spend on cosmetic products. And under those circumstances, they'll happily pay for cosmetic products. They'll actually pay more money if there's a social status problem that's being fixed. Let's suppose there's a particular brand of cosmetics. So a woman would pay a lot of money to get branded cosmetic products just so later she can tell her friends that that's the makeup that she's using. And the value of that to her, just having like that social status thing going on, might be a lot higher than the amount of money she spent on makeup. And that's why luxury brands make so much money, which we're going to cover in a bit. Buying a car, same thing. What are the problems being solved? The first problem is a transportation issue where you get to go from one place to another very quickly. But then it's also a social status issue. The car you drive signals your social status by a lot, unfortunately. And that's why people spend a lot of money buying luxury cars. Clothes, same thing. Laptop. I just talked about the laptop thing. So making money is basically solving problems. So you might have heard that problem solving is one of the most valued skills. So you might have heard that problem solving is a really important skill to have. And it's a very important skill to have because solving problems literally is the same thing as making money. The value of the problem being solved needs to be a lot higher to the person than the amount of money they give you, or else they will not give you money. So all money in the world is earned through a sale, either directly or indirectly. For example, you might have a job, but that job would never exist if a company wasn't selling something at the end of their funnel. And only because they're selling a product or a service, different jobs pop up at different parts of the funnel, right? So all money in the world is earned through a sale, and you can only sell two types of things. You can sell a product or a service. And this might be a physical product, for example, this table, or a digital product like my English learning course. Or it might be a service, a physical service or a digital service. So a physical service would be a salon, like a beauty salon. You going to get a haircut or a masseuse or going to the doctor. All of that stuff is a physical on-location service. A digital service might be something. A digital service might be a social media platform like Microsoft PowerPoint. That might be a digital service business. Canva. These are all digital service businesses. So different jobs form over time at each level of this funnel while you try to sell something. And the amount of money you're going to make from these jobs is a lot lower than the amount of money that the business owner will make from selling these products, or else the business wouldn't run. And if the business doesn't run, there wouldn't be any jobs, so you wouldn't really even have a job. So due to technological advancements, more and more of what it takes to sell something gets automated, so business owners no longer have to hire people for certain positions. Really need you to understand this. When we're going to cover infrastructure, we're going to see that over time, the general trend has always been costs getting lower, and the costs of what it takes for a single person to start a business has kept going lower and lower, and it's become easier over time. And because of that, jobs just keep going away from this funnel. Why? Because now people can start businesses easier. Like they don't need to hire a bunch of people at different levels of this funnel just to sell something. Most of it can be done from like a software subscription. And we're going to talk about all of this stuff as we move forward. Okay, so now we want to learn how we need to think about money. So how to think about money, the money math. How can I make $10,000 a month? So this is the way that I thought about making $10,000 a month. I have to sell 200 English courses at $50 each. Like that's it, right? So this might be one way of making $10,000. This is the money math that I did to hit my goal. So the daily goal would be 200 divided by 30, or 7 sales only per day. So I only need to sell 7 English courses per day at $50 for me to then hit $10,000 a month. Now there are tons of different ways to think about money, and this is how everyone that I've studied thinks about money, and that's how they hit these goals. So another way that I could make $10,000 a month might be selling 100 English courses only per month at $100 each. And in that case, I would only need 3.3 or 4 sales a day. Does that make sense? I only have to sell 100 courses a month at $100 each. Now, the best type of business model to get into is a retainer model where the same clients keep paying you every month. Now in Bangladesh, it really wasn't possible for me from this business because people just don't have a lot of money. However, internationally, you can do this. So how can I make $10,000 a month? I only need to get 5 monthly recurring clients at $2,000 each. 5 monthly recurring clients at $2,000 each. So this might be in fitness. So in fitness, you could do this by building out a proper top funnel, providing a lot of value to the marketplace, helping people get in shape through valuable videos, and then running an ad or saying like, hey, I can only take 5 clients this month for my $2,000 a month program, and I will get you in shape in 5 months. So if you think that you getting your ideal dream physique is worth a lot more to you than $10,000 in 5 months, then contact me and we're going to get you started. All right, so this is one way that someone in fitness might be making $10,000 a month. It could work the same way in education. So let's suppose you're a guitar player. You could take 10 students for $1,000 each per month, and you could make $10,000 that way. Tech skills, same thing. We already saw someone teaching other people how to make web development agencies, and he would do a math very similar to this and then get started to hit this goal. In beauty, you could have a coaching business to get started where you help other women become more fashionable, or you coach other women to do their makeup properly. So that could be a program like, hey, I teach women how to do their makeup, or I teach women how to be more fashionable, or I help women to get in shape, become more fashionable, and learn how to do their makeup. Like that could be a coaching program. And then you could sell like 5 people in at $2,000 a month each. And that way you could hit $10,000 a month too. At this point, you might think, where am I going to get people who are going to give me $2,000 a month? And at the beginning, no one's going to give you that amount of money. They just won't, because you don't have any brand value. And that is what we're going to understand. We're going to see that how much money you make entirely comes down to how much you can price your products for. And that is why now we need to understand pricing and brand. All right, understanding brand and pricing. The power of personal brands. Let's suppose there are 4 doctors and all of them operate in the same area. And all 4 of them have the same degrees and charge the same prices because they don't really have much differentiating them. And because of that, all the people in that area equally go to each doctor. Like 25% go to this one, 25% to this doctor, 25 here, 25 here. However, then what happens is one of these doctors starts posting free valuable videos online that serves potential buyers. So let's suppose he's a dermatologist, like a doctor that helps people with their skin, and he starts posting free valuable videos on how you can have healthier skin, foods that you should eat to have better skin, or skincare routines, which products you should buy. He starts giving away really valuable information for free online. And because of that, people start following him. And now he isn't just some other doctor. He is known as Dr. Ethan, who posts really valuable videos, who wrote a book, and who is famous and trustworthy. And then what happens is all those people in that area start going only to him. Why? Because they don't really know who these other doctors are. They might have the same educational qualifications, but these people don't really have a relationship with any of these other doctors. They don't really even know their name. But all of them in this area have heard of Dr. Ethan, and they've been helped by him. So they know that, oh, Dr. Ethan is trustworthy and knows what he's talking about. And then what Dr. Ethan does is he raises his prices. Everyone else is selling for $100, but he's selling for $250 per consult. And even though his prices are higher, people still only show up to him. Why? This is because purchase decision is made by a person before the sale happens, not after it. This is very important for us to understand. Purchase decision is made by a person before the sale happens, not after it. And having a brand removes uncertainty of desired outcome from the purchase. What does that mean? All these people already know Dr. Ethan, and they know that he's good, and they know that he can get them the results that they want. So even if he's priced at $250, these people feel safer spending that $250 because they know, because this guy has a brand, that even if I pay a lot of money to him, I am going to get my desired outcome. And that is what brand does. It not only allows you to price higher above the market so you have higher margins and you can stay in business, it also allows people to pick you at higher prices because they are more sure that you can actually solve their problems. Now we're going to understand what happens without a brand, and you're going to see that most businesses you see around you operate exactly like this. So what happens without a brand? A price race to the bottom. So let's suppose there are 4 women and all of them sell the same exact makeup product. Same product, same product, same product. And they all sell them for $100. Now what this girl decides to do, and this is how most people do business, is she's like, oh, you guys sell for $100. If I sell my makeup product for $80, then more people are going to buy from me. But then what everyone else does is they bring their prices down to $60. And then what she does is she brings her price down to $40, and she can't bring her prices down any lower because if she does, she's going to go out of business. And this is what happens when you compete on price. You basically bring down your prices down so low that you can't even operate your business or make any money. And then what happens is all these other people, they also bring down their prices to $40. And the entire market is barely surviving, and this is how most businesses operate till they go out of business. So then this girl realizes that this is not going to work. I have to do something different. So what she does is she starts posting free valuable videos. She becomes famous and trustworthy, and because of building a brand, and then she brings a higher quality product at a higher price. And her brand becomes known as Anita's Makeup Products. And she has a differentiated product which is priced way higher than all these other products. So she's selling her stuff for $300, and her profit margins are huge, but people are still buying from her. Why? Because that's how people buy stuff, especially in makeup, where it's like, oh, that's a branded product. And if I use it, I'm using something good that my friends know about. And I really like Anita. She's helped me out a lot to get my fashion done right. So I'm going to buy the stuff that she sells. So what happened? She is no longer affected by market pricing or competitor pricing. Because even if this person makes her product $30 somehow, none of that affects her anymore because she's a one-of-one person now. Whatever these people decide to do with their products, it has nothing to do with Anita. Pretty much nothing to do with her because she isn't affected by the market anymore because she built a brand, and that makes her a one-of-one. So she is one-of-one and can't be compared. And these are very important because if you get this stuff wrong, your business will never make any money because it can't make any money. All right? It just can't. Like there are some other ways where you can guarantee results, but even those results need to be results that other people can't get them. We're going to talk about that later. But you have to understand this fundamental principle. So let's see how I use this in my own education business. So in my business, English Bully, I post these videos, right? Where people are like, oh my God, you teach really well. And I am really being benefited by your videos. Like millions of people watch my videos. I'll show you the views. So there you go. Millions of people watch my videos. Like almost all of the videos have well over 100,000 views. 300,000, 1.7 million, 9.3 million. And because of this, I become a one-of-one English tutor. And I get to have premium pricing for my products. Now you might think $50 isn't premium pricing, but in the Bangladeshi market, this is premium pricing. My competition sells their English learning products at $10 or $8. And I can sell my stuff for 5 times their price. Why? Because I built a one-of-one brand. Like another English teacher can't say, oh, English Bully, they sell their English products for $50, but I sell mine for only $10. If another teacher says that to a customer, then the customer is going to say, well, but they have like millions of followers online and their videos are way better and I've actually learned a lot from them. I actually trust them way more, even though they're priced higher than I trust you, even though you're only asking for $10. Right? So those people have a harder time selling at a lower price because there's nothing differentiating them. They don't have a relationship with the marketplace. Like, people don't trust them. So when I started English Bully, I had a hard time selling my English products for $20. And I would teach them on a Google Meet session. Why? Because I was just getting started. When I would run ads initially, people would send a message like, hey, are you even a real business or is this a scam? Because I didn't have a lot of videos on my Facebook page, right? They didn't feel safe, or they didn't feel certain that they would get their desired outcome from the purchase. Like, oh, if I give you money, will I really learn English? I don't know, right? And brand helps remove all that uncertainty. And on top of that, you get to have higher prices and higher profit margins. So I hope you understand that that is how I use these branding principles in my own business to not only make more money, but stay in business and have higher profit margins. So here's a screenshot from my first sale from my new business. This is literally the first video from my new business, but I've already made a sale for a 1-hour consultation session. And I got paid $150 just for 1 hour of consultation on Zoom. So why did I get paid $150 per hour for consultancy services? Well, because I built out a brand like English Bully, right? That makes me a one of one. And then the business owner who paid me $150, he's trying to build a brand. Like, he needs help with like YouTube content strategies that will lead to him having a stronger brand. And that's why he paid me $150, right? Like, I could tell him, hey, I did this, so I know I can help you. Your experience and the things you've done make you a one-of-one person, and also building out that brand, building out a personal brand. So here's a diagram that shows you how having a brand allows you to price your stuff way higher above market pricing. Okay, so there are 3 people here: John, Alan, and David. So Alan wants to get a hair transplant, and the market pricing for hair transplants from other business that don't have a brand is $10,000. So Alan could get a hair transplant for $10,000 if he went to a regular business. However, your price is $50,000, but you have a very strong brand. Celebrities come to your hair transplant clinic to get their hair transplants. And you have a very good online social media presence, and people know that you're really good. You have a strong brand. And this is the value of your brand. So what is the value of your brand? It's $40,000 above market pricing. That is why you're going to post all these free videos. This unfair advantage helps you stay in business. Now you might be like, if I charge $50,000, will people still buy? Yes, they will. Because someone like Alan is going to be more certain that he will get his desired outcome from you, even though you cost more. So he's going to show up to you, right? And let's suppose what Alan can afford is $100,000. So he has a lot of money. So he's going to be like, all right, I can afford $100,000. Your price is $50,000. I'm going to get it from you because I'm more certain you're going to get me the result. However, the customer is still winning even though you were charging a lot of money. Why? Because the subjective value or the importance of solving a hair loss problem to Alan, or him having hair again, might be millions and millions of dollars. It might be like worth $10 million to him in subjective value. What it's going to do for his confidence, for him to feel good again or whatever, right? So the customer is still winning. So this is the customer winning value. The value of customers win. Okay, so how much is that? So if it's like $10 million and he's spending $50,000, really he won by a subjective value of $9,950,000, right? So he won by a lot. However, let's consider David. David already has a lot of hair. So David is not ever going to pay for a hair transplant because he already has hair, right? And now let's consider John, who just cannot afford $50,000. Like, his budget is $20,000. So this business or your business will not sell anything to him. And this might be hard for new business owners to come to grips with, but no business sells their stuff to everyone. Your goal is to make a lot of money from few customers who can afford it. So if you can stay in business and make ginormous profit margins from only serving 100 people, that is what you're going to do. So this clinic would be making $50,000 per hair transplant. They would only need to do like 10 a month and they would make $500,000 a month. from 10 sales. And these guys would have to do 50 just to make the same amount of money. And they would have higher costs because they're serving a higher number of customers. So when you're starting, and later when I give you like the step-by-step guidelines on what you're going to do, you're going to sell only to a few people at high enough margins which change your life or which make you a lot of money. So you want to keep being in business. The type of businesses that most people run are these, where they barely make any money, but they work 10 times harder. And so they don't want to do it anymore because it just doesn't feel worth it because they're not making any money. So someone will only hand you an amount of money which is far lesser than the value of the thing they get in return. This value is subjective and differs from person to person. Again, David is never going to pay for a hair transplant because he doesn't need one. So I gave another example, and let's suppose this is Lisa, and Lisa wants to get her youthful look back. Maybe she's in her 40s, she has tons of money, a very, very rich woman, a very, very well-to-do, wealthy woman, and she's thinking about getting plastic surgery done. So the market pricing for Botox or stuff like that, facelifts, might be $10,000. However, your price for a nose job or a facelift or Botox might be $60,000, like for a whole package. Now, because you have a higher brand, and because Lisa has a lot of money, she can afford $500,000, like she just has a lot of money, she's going to consider coming to you. Okay? Why? Because brands can charge higher prices because people would rather have surety of outcome than not have surety of outcome at a lower price. So Lisa might look at these other businesses that don't have a brand, and what she's going to think to herself is, oh, if I give you $10,000, but if you mess up my nose job and my face, I am going to really regret that. So I am not going to give you $10,000. I would much rather pay another clinic way more money, but at least since they have a trustworthy brand, I know I am way more likely to get my desired outcome. So she's going to pay them $60,000, right? A lot more than what other people are charging for. And Lisa is still winning because if she gets these procedures done and she actually gets her youthful look back, she's going to feel really, really good. Way better than her having $60,000 to herself. And this is the customer win. So to her, the importance of getting her youthful look back might be worth millions of dollars, right? So the customer win value would be, let's say, $5 million. And from $5 million, you would have to subtract 60,000. That would be $4,940,000 in win value to Lisa. So she would still be winning, right? So you're winning and Lisa's winning and everyone's happy. However, let's suppose this other woman, Rita, cannot afford your services. That is fine. You cannot sell to everyone and stay in business. Make great free stuff for clients who can't afford your services. So with English Bully, I make really, really good free videos that people can learn a lot of English from. But I cannot sell at $10 and still stay in business. Like the margins that I need to have better marketing, to buy better equipment, to invest more into advertisement, I wouldn't have those margins if I was selling to everyone. So you need to only sell to a few people, and selling to those few people is enough for you to make a lot of money. Like I only need to sell to 7 people per day to hit over $10,000 a month. However, if my product was $10, I would need to sell to 1,000 people every month, and now I only need to sell to 200. If I make another product for $100, in that case, I would only have to sell 100 products a month and make $10,000, right? So sell to lesser people by having a stronger brand and making more money. That's the approach you need when you start your first business, because you just won't have the skill initially that you would need to do mass marketing and mass sales. Okay? Like you're not going to be comparing yourself to Walmart or Best Buy. That is not the approach you're going to take. The approach you're going to take is I'm going to sell a few things and make a lot of money. So I feel great, have a positive feedback loop, and I want to keep doing this, and my life keeps changing. I hope by now it's clear why these foundations are so important for you to understand, because these are the mistakes that everyone makes when they start their first business. Like they want to start a business where they have to sell 1,000 units a month to make profits, but they just don't know how to do that. What Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger looked for when buying businesses. I mean, Charlie Munger passed away. Warren Buffett's still alive at the time of making this video. So what Charlie Munger looked for while he was alive, and what Warren Buffett still looks for when they buy businesses for Berkshire Hathaway, is this. Can a business make something for pennies and sell it for dollars because of having higher brand value? This is fundamentally what makes businesses a lot of money and allows them to stay in business and allows them to reinvest a lot of that money, that profit, to grow and do things other businesses just cannot do. Like, this is the fundamental thing that makes people or businesses a lot of money. Can a business make something for pennies and sell it for dollars? So one of the first misconceptions you're going to have when you start business is that people care about how much it costs you to make something when making a purchase decision. But as we've seen, that is not the case. So brands like Apple and Nike are great brands because they do this. Because they make something for pennies and can sell it for dollars. So the manufacturing cost of a typical Nike shoe can be as low as under $5. It takes Nike less than $5 to make one of their shoes, but they sell these shoes at $200 or even more, like $300. Why are they able to do this? Because a purchase decision from the customer's end has nothing to do with whether or not it takes Nike $5 to make that shoe. It has everything to do with their subjective enjoyment from the purchase. Like, the value of the enjoyment they get from wearing a Nike shoe has to be a lot higher than them spending $200 on it. And that's when a sale happens. All right. So why do people buy Nike shoes? Because when they get into fitness, they're like, oh, all of my friends are wearing these shoes. I'm going to wear it too just to fit in. It communicates to people that, oh, I'm someone who's very health conscious and fitness conscious, and that's what I want. And that's when they buy a Nike shoe for $200, even though it costs Nike $5 to make this thing. And by the way, from having these higher margins, Nike gets to stay in business and outspend the competition to grow its business, and in terms of marketing and in terms of brand building. And those things lead to more sales. And Apple does the same thing. Like, they have giant profit margins. So the easiest way to build a brand is outgive and outserve everyone in your marketplace. Like with English Bully, I made a free 9-hour course. No one here does that. I think this is the highest viewed free English course on YouTube in Bangladesh because I outserved my competition. I gave more away for free to potential customers than my competition does. And people watch this video and they're like, oh my God, this is like the best English course that I've ever seen. Like, how nice and generous of a person to give such a valuable course and PDF for free. So this comment is like, are you a man or an angel? You gave such a beautiful class for free. May God bless you. And all these comments, you can literally go through the comments under this video. This is basically brand building, where I am giving away something they really want, and now they like me and they trust me and they know I can teach English. And from that free video, they know that if they actually get my paid stuff, they will be benefited. So it removes the uncertainty from the purchase. Okay, and they don't really care how much it costs me to make this thing. It has nothing to do with that. Higher prices from fewer clients makes you more money and profits and keeps your operation less complicated, so you're not stressed out. It allows you to stay in business, and all this money that you now have allows you to make bigger moats or competitive advantages over time. And in business, this is one of the most important concepts you need to understand. The concept of a moat. What is a moat? So basically, a moat is a body of water around a castle that people would build back in the day, so it's harder for intruders to invade the castle. The deeper and wider this moat would be, the harder it would be for intruders to get into the castle. So in business, moats are essentially unfair advantages that make it harder or impossible for others to directly compete with you. And one of the main things you're going to do in business is you're going to keep building out more and more of these moats over time. So it's harder and harder for your competition to compete with you. So in the case of Apple, Apple has a very strong brand, but they also have technological moats. Like, they have Apple Silicon, M1, M2, M3, M4 chips. This technology is patented. Their competition can't steal it. So that's just one moat that they have. Another company can't make an iPhone or name their phones iPhones because they have patents and they have a brand. These are all moats. Nike, one of their biggest moats is their brand. Like, someone else can start another shoe company any day and start saying, hey, our prices are lower than Nike. But people are not going to care. They're still going to buy Nikes. Why? Because of what we just understood a few minutes ago. Amazon. So Jeff Bezos spent billions of dollars of investments to build out one of the largest moats in business history, which is their infrastructure, their delivery infrastructure, like their shipping system. So another new business can't just come in and replicate Amazon quickly. Why? Because Amazon's moats are just so big. Now, we are just understanding the principles of business. We aren't Nike, Apple, or Amazon. So the biggest moat we can create is a brand for our businesses based around us initially. Like in my English learning business, I started this business with no money at all. And what was the only moat that I could create? A moat around my own personality, around me, and someone else can't steal that. And if that's the moat that I can have higher prices and I can get the same thing done, right? Like have higher prices, have better margins, stay in business and actually make money. So that's what you're going to do. Your first business is going to revolve around you. And later, once you make money, then you can do other things, which we are going to cover. The way that money works or business works is that the one with the most unfair advantages wins over time. Why does this happen? Because regular people or special people, rich people or poor people, any type of people, they all want the best that they can get for their money. So if you are buying a phone and you don't have a lot of money, let's say you only have $400 to buy a new phone, you still want the best you can get for the $400 that you do have, right? And if you have $1,000 to buy a new phone, you would still want the best you can get for the $1,000 that you do have. So money only goes to the best that people can get for their. What the best means is completely perceived, right? Like the perceived best option. And that is why brand is so important over time. So if you go to a doctor, we saw the doctor's example. An influencer, let's suppose you started a new business and you have $500 that you want to spend on influencers. You want to get the best possible influencer with the highest number of followers that you can get for those $500. Same thing with English Bully. If someone can afford $100 or $70 and my course is $50, they still want to get like the best they can get for their money, right? That's why people are buying my courses. And the same thing with jobs. Like this is kind of how jobs work too. When you apply for a job, and let's suppose the company is going to pay you $2,000 a month for that job, from the company's perspective, they want to get the best possible candidate among the people applying for the job. Like they want to get the best guy that they can get for the $2,000. That is like just how money works. So people will always want the best that they can get in exchange for their money. So here are the moats and unfair advantages I built up over time for my English learning business. So when I started, I only knew these three things. Of course, I knew English. So you're gonna need to have a skill, and we're gonna talk about this later. So I knew English. I knew how to use Google Meet, so I could take one-to-one or group sessions. So I could take live classes and sessions. And I knew Google Docs. So all of my initial English learning documents looked terrible. Like they were all made on Google Docs because that's the only software I knew how to use to make documents. And I didn't really know how to set up classes on the internet and do all the stuff that I do now. I could only take classes on Google Meet and I knew English. And this is where all other English teachers start off too. So then I'm like, all right, I have to be different. What else can I do? How else can I give more value to my students or to my potential customers? So I learned how to use DSLR cameras. So I was shooting everything on a webcam before, but then I got a camera from the money that I was making from teaching people. And then I learned video editing and how to make videos and speak on camera. And I kept putting those videos out on my Facebook page. And then I was like, all right, I need to know how websites work. So I started learning how websites work, how Facebook marketing works, and how to run ads on Facebook. And then I started reading as many business books as I possibly could. I learned public speaking, how to build communities and leadership and all this stuff. And then over time, I just had way more moats than an English teacher who is just starting today, right? Like I built out a website, I built out a funnel, I built out like my top funnel and ads that bring people through and lead to a sale at the end. So what you need to understand is no matter what industry you get in, every industry has a steep learning curve because the industry was born far before you were. You want it to be hard. You want these things to be difficult because if it wasn't difficult, everyone would do it. And if everyone can do it, then they're going to reduce prices. And then the price race to the bottom would happen and no one would make any money and you wouldn't make any money. So the way you have to think is, oh, this is hard. Like I have to learn these new things. This is hard. I know no one else will do it. Great, more for me. And this is fundamentally how money works. All right. Like if everyone can do it, then people are going to start reducing prices so that they get more customers. And then that's going to basically lead to a market where no one's making any money at all. So that can't be, logically speaking, how anyone makes money, right? So this is actually how people make money. Keep learning harder and harder things that serve your customer better, like better than the competition can. And over time, you're going to be building more and more moats that make you the obvious option at higher prices. Does that make sense? Moats and unfair advantages you need to build up over time. The first one is skill or competence. You need to have a skill that people would pay you for, or else none of this is going to work. And in this video, I'm also going to tell you which skills you can specifically start developing from today to start making money. Okay, like if you already have a skill, how you can monetize that. And if you don't have any skills, which skills you should learn. So once you have a skill that people pay money for, you then need to start putting out content to build a brand. And we understand why you're going to do that. And then once you do that, you're going to get some sales, right? At that point, you're going to get some sales. You can reach out to people like I did initially. I'm going to tell you how you're going to start a business. I've added everything in this video. But at that point, you're going to get some sales. Like when I started English Bully, I put some content out. I told people, hey, I teach English. I got some clients and I made some money. And then after that, you're going to build out stuff with code. You're not going to need coding. You don't have to learn how to code, but things that can only be possible with code. For example, English Bully's website. Now I built this website, but I didn't really have to learn how to code to build this website because you don't need to do that. All right. But what I mean by that is automations. Like people need to automatically be able to come to your online store or website, buy and get the thing delivered. So people today, they can come to my website, they can sign up and they can automatically click here and buy this product and get access and start doing it. So I can make money while I sleep. So over time, these are the moats you're going to build out for your business. So this allows you to have an automated business. I haven't worked on my business pretty much this entire year. And at this point, you get to feel like a business owner. So initially, when you start a business, you're really not going to have any time because you're going to have to learn so many things and you're going to have to build out so many systems and you're going to put out content every day and you're doing client outreach. Initially, you're going to work 10 times more than your friends that have a job to make 10 times less the money because you're not going to make a lot of money at all. Like from my business, from my English learning business, in the first year, I didn't make a lot of money at all. I didn't have a website or anything like that. I was just learning stuff and experimenting and putting stuff out. In the second year, things started making sense. I was like, all right, I kind of know what I have to do. And then in the middle of the second year, I built my website. And then really in the last 1.5 years, I made all of my money. And because that's kind of how it works. Like you set up your business, you have the brand right, you have the offer right, you have your ads set up, and then you like all at once, you make a lot of money, right? Because all the pieces are there. That's kind of how business works. Like the money that I showed you, like over $100,000, I pretty much made that over like the last 1.23 years. And before that, I didn't really even have a website. All right, so now the nature of money and why easy money is impossible. Simple money is possible, but easy money is impossible. Why is that? So for us to understand why there can't ever be any easy money, we need to understand the traits or characteristics of high income skills and low income skills. As in, what are the characteristics or traits of people who make a lot of money versus people who don't make a lot of money because it's impossible for them to make a lot of money. Like what are the characteristics or traits? So high income skills are specialized and low income skills are unspecialized. What that means is this takes time and effort to do and other people can't easily do it. Like it's hard to learn. And with low income skills, these are unspecialized as in anybody could do it. And if anybody could do it, then anybody will do it. So what happens is, let's suppose you are a bricklayer in Bangladesh. And one day you go up to your contractor or your manager and you're like, hey, you're paying me only $80 a month to take bricks from like the truck to the building. And if you don't pay me $150 a month, I am going to quit. And then unfortunately, what's going to happen is the contractor is going to say, hey, that's fine, you can quit because I can very easily find someone just like you. Like I can get someone else who can take the bricks from the truck to the building, and I can pay that person $80 and that person is going to be happy with the $80. So you don't really have any leverage. And that is one of the key characteristics of low income skills, or the stuff that doesn't make you any money, right? Where if you ask for more money, the manager or whoever you're asking for more money from will tell you, why am I going to pay you more? Because I can just get someone else exactly like you. And I can just teach them what you do in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. So I'm not going to pay you more, right? So if you don't have leverage, you don't make a lot of money. However, let's consider a brain surgeon. And let's suppose what this guy can do, very few people on planet Earth can do. So he is employed under one hospital, and that hospital might be paying him like $1 million a year. But another hospital gives him an offer of $1.5 million a year. So then this brain surgeon might go up to the hospital management and say, hey, this other hospital is going to give me 1.5 million. You're giving me 1 million. I think I'm going to go over to this other hospital. And then the hospital management might give him $2 million a year plus other bonuses, right? Just to keep him there. And why would they do that? Because they can't easily find someone else like him. And that is one of the core principles of how money works. Now, do you have to be a brain surgeon to make money? No, you don't. But these are the principles on which things work. So all high income skills are hard to learn, or they take time to learn. They take some time, or they're just stuff that people don't want to do. And we're going to get into that, what those things specifically are. Low income skills are easy to learn or teach. And this is why replying to messages on Facebook for a business will always be a low income skill, right? Like anyone can do that. Like in English Bully, I have people who just reply to texts, and that isn't going to be a high income job. Why? Because if that person quits, another person can very easily just take over. And I'm going to show you my training plan for that role. So I have a secret Facebook group that has training videos for each role. And to teach someone how to become a customer care agent, it only takes 20 minutes. This isn't going to be a high income role because it isn't very specialized. Does that make sense? And now I've actually automated this with an AI bot. So this role is even less important today than it was like 6 months ago. So all high income skills need to have high demand, and they need to be valuable, but they need to be in low supply. Like a really good digital marketer is in low supply, but in high demand. Like a digital marketer that can actually bring sales in for your business, an agency that actually works, those are in very, very high demand, but in low supply. And that's why they make a lot of money. High supply while demand might be low or high. So high supply, why are these high supply? Because you can teach anyone how to do these in a very short amount of time. High income skills are one of one, the brand stuff that we learned. And same as many are low income skills. Lifelong learning. So high income skills require lifelong learning. And I think what the school education system does is it sets a wrong bar for what you need to expect throughout your life. It sets wrong expectations for what you need to expect throughout your life. Like let's suppose you learn digital marketing today. You learn everything that there is in digital marketing. However, a year or two from now, there's going to be another tool that helps get business owners better results. So if you don't learn anything, or if you aren't constantly learning and you're a digital marketer, you're not going to make money. Like you're going to get outpaced by the market very soon. So if you study Warren Buffett, you're going to see he studied every single day. Like the businesses that he would invest in, he would constantly learn everything every day about them. He was constantly developing new skills and learning stuff. Because if you're going to make money, you need to fundamentally rewire your brain or rewire your expectations to, hey, I'm going to be doing this for a lifetime and I'm going to keep learning this thing forever. That needs to be your mindset. Because imagine there's a really good brain surgeon, right? Now, if there's a new technology in the medical space that helps people do brain surgeries more effectively and in a safer manner, and this brain surgeon doesn't teach himself that, then he's going to very quickly get outpaced by the market, or he's going to lose to some other brain surgeon who will do that. And customers are going to go to that guy, right? So you constantly have to keep learning. That is one of the things that will keep making you money. So lifelong learning and hard to replace, easy to replace. So why did that business owner pay me $150 for 1 hour of my time? He did that because I was a one-of-one sort of person in that space. Like another person can't say, I grew out a YouTube channel to over 300,000 subscribers from only 6 videos, and I genuinely know what I'm talking about. They can't say that, right? So you need to build out these moats for yourself over time. I'm going to tell you how you're going to get started, but this is what you're going to be doing over time. So now we're going to look at a few of these occupations. Bricklayer in Bangladesh basically makes no money, unfortunately. Why? Because unfortunately, that's not how money works. He doesn't have a lot of leverage. The skill that he has is taking bricks from a truck to a construction site. Most people with a body that works can do it. So he can't make a lot of money from this. A barista doesn't have a lot of negotiation power or leverage on his pay or on her pay. Why? Because if he negotiates too much or asks for too much, the management is just going to say like, hey, it takes a week to train a barista only, and we have a training system that anyone can go through, and then in a week they're a pretty good barista. So if you're going to be so demanding or ask for such a high salary, I just don't think we can keep you, and that's okay, you can quit. Or they might fire him or her. But a brain surgeon, this is where we get into like the specialization aspect of things. We already covered this. A divorce lawyer. Now, if a couple wants to get a divorce, they wouldn't consider becoming a lawyer themselves. They would consider paying a lawyer, because if they put themselves through like law school, that's going to take a long time, right? And like, let's say a woman is going to get divorced. She would really want to pay a lot of money to get the best divorce lawyer that will get her the best results. Does that make sense? She's actually going to spend more money to get the best divorce lawyer that she can get, because she's like, oh, this guy specialized, spent a lot of time learning this stuff. I'm going to pay him a lot of money. So very, very important. We need to understand this. Okay, so there's a wall here, and to climb this wall, it takes time, effort, and knowledge. Again, to climb this wall, it takes time, effort, and knowledge. So let's suppose this is an agency owner, and he runs an agency where he builds out websites for dentists, and he runs ads for dentists that gets dentists more clients. Like, that's what he does. Now, if a dentist wants to build a website for his business, and if making a website only took 5 seconds of time, effort, and learning, he would do it himself. But he knows, like, oh my God, this is going to be hard. I have to do like hours and hours of courses. So he's going to think, you know what? I would much rather give all my time and attention to my dental clients, and I am just going to hire a specialist who already knows how to build websites, how to run ads, and do my marketing. And he's going to do all this for me, and I'm going to give him money. So for this doctor to give this man $2,000 a month for his agency services, what would need to happen? We learned this stuff. What would need to happen? The results or the clients that this man would have to get for this doctor would need to be a lot higher than $2,000 a month. Like if this guy got him $30,000 in sales per month due to his marketing services, and the doctor was only paying him $2,000 a month, this doctor would be very, very happy. He would be a satisfied customer. And he would be very happy too, because it's costing him nothing to get these results. It's just costing him skill, right? Like the skill that he developed, which took time and effort, and he climbed up this wall. Similarly, if this man needs to go to a dentist, what is he going to do? He's not going to climb this wall himself. No, he's not going to do that. He's not going to put himself through medical school. He's not going to learn how to operate on his own teeth. What will he do? He's going to go to an expert, and he's going to get his teeth fixed. And that is why someone would pay money to a dentist, right? Because they don't want the time, effort, knowledge, and skills they would have to develop to climb this wall. And this is basically how money exchange works. This doctor also might have a car, and that car needs to get serviced sometimes. He might need to take the car to a mechanic. Now, he's not going to learn how to do all that stuff on his car and spend hours of his time that he could just be spending on his own business to make more money. So what is he going to do? He's going to give money to a mechanic, right? Instead of climbing the wall himself, he's just going to spend money to the mechanic. When you're thinking about sales, you have to ask these questions. Do people want to have what you have? So in my case, like running English Bully, so I am here, like I teach English, and let's suppose this man wants to learn English, right? So he wants to have what I have. So he wants to speak English like I do, right? And that is why he would pay me money. So in this case, in my business, in English Bully, my customers want what I have. which is the ability to speak English. However, if I go to a dentist and I want to get some dental services done, it might be to make you do something you specialize in. So the dentist would do some work on my teeth and I would pay him for a service, like make him do something for me that he specializes in. It's the same thing with the dentist paying money to the digital marketer. He's making the digital marketer build out stuff or do something for him that he can't do. Get advice from you. So in case of the divorce lawyer, it would be to get advice from him, expert advice, like how does all this stuff work? How do I navigate this divorce? That is how that would work. Or buy something you make. So if this guy, like this mechanic, for some reason, let's suppose he makes his own tires. Just for the sake of this example, he makes his own tires. Now I can't make my tires. I have a car. My car needs tires, let's suppose. So I would pay him money to get something that he makes. Now I'm not going to set up a tire manufacturing company in my own home. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to pay him money for that. The harder it is to climb this wall from the customer's end, the more leverage you have and the more money you can make. All right? Core principles. So if you are going to make money, you have to become a specialist at something. I'm sure all of you have been to a restaurant that sells burgers, pizzas, Chinese food, sushi, and also tacos. Like they sell everything. And the food is always mediocre and the branding is always off at these restaurants. Like these restaurants barely stay in business. Why? Because specialists always get paid more and generalists who do everything don't. So if you want to make a lot of money from fitness, but on the side, you also do app development or web development, that's not going to work because you're not going to be able to build a brand which is coherent among people who know you around a particular identity or see you as an expert at a particular something for you to then get sales or sell stuff at a high enough price because you have a great brand that actually makes you a lot of money. Like, does that make sense? So you need to pick one thing and stick to it. And later when I give you step-by-step guidelines to what you're going to do, you are going to have to pick one thing. All right. You're going to do this because if someone wants to go out for sushi, they would go to a restaurant that just sells sushi, like a Japanese themed restaurant, and pay high prices for a premium experience. And those are the restaurants that do stay in business because they can design their interior so it just looks like a sushi restaurant. All their branding and marketing and advertisements would all be coherent and just look like a sushi restaurant. And then at the end, they would have a product which is way better than the sushi being sold at a restaurant like this that sells everything. Why? Because they only sell one thing, and so they can iterate and make it really good over time. All right? Like simple businesses make a lot of money. Simple scales, complex fails. Like that's the saying in business. If someone wants to go out for pizza, they would go to a restaurant that just sells pizzas and pay high prices for a premium experience. And pizzas at those places are usually better. Why? Because they just make pizzas and they've had enough customer feedback and they've optimized their systems all around just making their pizzas. So over time, they make really good pizzas. Like my English learning videos, I can guarantee are the best in this country. Why? Because I just teach English. And over time, I became really, really good at it. Because I kept on iterating on just one thing and then it became really good. So when I give you specific guidelines, one of the first things we're going to do is we're going to pick a market and we're going to specialize in one thing in that market, which is big enough for you to make a lot of money from. Like English was big enough for me to make money just from doing this one thing. Like pizzas, the market for pizzas is big enough for if you just did pizzas, you would make money from it. So specialists will always be better than a generalist because all their systems are hyper optimized around making and selling one product or service type. Like KFC has really good chicken because that's all they do. Like all their systems are mainly based around making fried chicken. Why do they have really good burgers? Well, because it's the same fried chicken in a bun. Okay, so example, KFC, Apple. Like if Apple started a clothing line, it would make no sense because that's a whole different field. However, in technology, they're able to make products with the systems that they have, which makes sense for them to make. Like an iPad kind of runs on the same stuff that an iPhone runs on. Similar chips. They aren't worlds apart. Manufacturing process isn't too different than what the system they have can already make, right? So a brain surgeon versus a general practitioner. So if you want to get a brain surgery done, and I hope you never have to, but if you do, Are you going to go to a brain surgeon who specializes in just that, but might cost you more? Or are you going to go to a general practitioner who practices a little bit of everything? Like, oh, he's also a chiropractor. He also does dermatology, also helps you with your eyes, and a little bit of brain surgery and a little bit of heart surgery here and there. Would you go to that guy, or would you go to this guy? And who do you think would be better? This guy, right? And you would go to him and you would pay him more. And this is one of the core foundations of business. And the reason why we're covering this is the stuff that will prevent you from making money when you start a business. Because your base intuition is going to be to do a little bit of everything or start 10 different businesses when you can actually just make a lot of money from one business if you stick with it long enough till where you have the systems done, your product is done, the people in the market know you, and then you get to make all your money. This is why you will hyper specialize in one niche. This allows you to have a coherent branding, messaging, and sales systems across your entire business. And this is actually what you need to get sales for your business. The man who chases 2 rabbits catches none, and most business owners chase 10 rabbits. Now, I tried to enter the kids English learning market in Bangladesh, and I made this product which makes complete sense for my business. Like, hey, this is an English learning course for kids. And I made it, and what I realized is it was going to take a lot of effort just to get sales to this than I previously thought. And again, this actually makes sense for my business. So what would I have to do to just sell this one thing? I would need to post another free course where I teach English to parents and their children. And then making content like that would position me as someone who is an expert at teaching children English. And in those videos, I could tell parents like, hey, I have a kids English learning course, and since you've been benefited from this free course, and if you want your child to completely know English now, go and buy this course. And I was like, all right, instead of doing that, I can just maximize this because this is going to take a lot more effort, which doesn't make sense to do right now because I'm already making a lot of money from this product. And let me just make a few additional videos. Let me just spend more on ads, and I'm going to make a lot of money faster. You have to understand, to add any new product, even if it makes sense for your business, it is a lot of work. So initially, you can actually just make a lot of money just from one product, one funnel, one content type. And we're going to see that. That is what you're going to do. The first business you're going to make, that is actually what you're going to do. You're just going to have one product, and you're then going to do the money math. Like, oh, if I just sell this many of this one thing, I get rich or I make a lot of money. And then you have to set up your top funnel. So enough people flow through the top funnel and they get to the end where you make sales on that one product enough times for you to have a lot of money. Like, that's what we're going to learn. Your base intuition will be, I want to make 1,000 different products to capture more of the market. Now, this is the most important part. If people's base intuitions got them rich, everyone you know would have a successful business. Since that is not the case, since most people don't have successful businesses, that means your base intuitions are actually wrong when it comes to business. Why? Because your brain and my brain developed for the plains of savannah, not for modern capitalism. All our base intuitions are what helped us best survive while we were evolving for, I think, 3-4 million years, and then the modern human was like 100,000 years of evolution. All that evolution optimized you to survive in the plains of savannah, and that is really what your base intuitions are, not like modern capitalism or logical thinking. And this is why you're just gonna like study from people who've already done it, because they'll actually tell you how you should be thinking instead of what your base nature is and why your base nature won't work. Your base human nature won't make you money because it evolved to get social status, because having high social status is the highest determining factor, again, in the plains of savannah and small hunter-gatherer troops, of you having reproductive success. Okay, so that's really what all of your base intuitions optimized around, not logical thinking. The prefrontal cortex, which is the part of the brain, there's the front part of the brain responsible for logical thinking, it evolved fairly recently. Like very recently in our evolutionary timeline. So like you are more geared towards emotional thinking and optimizing around social status. Okay, so you can't trust your base intuitions when it comes to money. You have to study this stuff. So only one business is supposed to make you a lot of money initially, and that is what we're gonna see. So remember Ethan Davis, he makes music production content, and he only has one product that he sells for $497. And just to sell that one product, he has to build out this entire top funnel, serving the marketplace. So then he makes videos like these, and a few people go and buy his course. So he sells this product for $497, right? And he built out this entire top funnel just to sell this one thing. And that's all he really needs to do initially to make a lot of money. Because again, if he's only selling just this one thing 10 times a day, he is making around $5,000 per day. Like only 10 sales. He only needs 300 sales a month on just this one thing. So he only needs 10 sales per day and 300 a month to make around $150,000 a month. And that's enough money. That's enough money for him to then move on to the next stage, which we are going to talk about. The game of money works in stages. Your first initial game, the first game you're going to play, like the first stage of the RPG game of money, which we're going to see in this video, is for you to just have one product, one top funnel, one system, just to sell one thing, enough number of times through the money math, so you make enough money where you have a lot of capital to then maybe start something else. But your first business is going to be a service business. Okay, so we're going to learn this stuff. Paul David's example. So Paul David's another really, really good YouTuber. He teaches guitar. This guy is an excellent guitar teacher. And he has a few programs. So if you click on his videos, like this is his program and he is playing an ad on his video. Next level playing, and I think this is a $200 course. He has 3 of those, but that's only because he's been doing this for a long time. Courses, so there you go. A beginner's course, then an advanced course, and an acoustic course. And each of these 3 courses are $200 from what I know. So if he was only selling a few of those a day, he still makes a lot of money. And again, you don't need to do that. So you don't actually need to do what Paul Davis is doing. A better thing for you to do is what Ethan Davis is doing. You're selling only one thing enough times for you to make a lot of money. So his goal would be, so if I was in his position, my sales goal would just be, I only want to do 10 sales a day. And I'm going to keep working and running my ads and making my ads better and making my content better till I reach 10 sales a day, because that's $150,000 a month. So now we want to learn about a few strategies. Again, you're not going to use these strategies when you start. This is for later. Initially, you just want to sell one thing. These are for later. So this is called price laddering. So price laddering is when you bring someone in with something cheap, but now they've invested their time and money with you. And if your initial product is really good, they will also like you and trust you and know that you're good. So let's suppose you're a guitar tutor online and you make a course for $97, which is for beginners. But if someone really learns the guitar very well from that course, they would then want to move on to the next stage, right? So you're price laddering, you're moving them up the ladder. Then they would buy an intermediate guitar course, right? Which is around $300. So by this point, this person already spent $400 with you. And at this point, you could also upsell them to a guitar mastery group that you have, like a community of guitar players that you have, where you go live a few times a week and you try to help them out, and they're going to have access to this whole supportive community. And that's going to be $97 per month. So now they've already spent $400 with you. And now they're also giving you $97 per month. And that way you kind of maximize customer lifetime value. And then from there, for people who are really, really serious about getting to that professional level of guitar playing, you might have a live group coaching. You only take 7 people at $3,000 a month, and that's an additional $21,000. Will you do this? Do you have to do this? No, we're only thinking about how people think about money, how they set their businesses up. And Apple does this. Like if you buy an iPhone, they're going to try and sell you in on a Mac. And they're going to try and sell you in on some retainers like Apple Music and then Apple Plus and all the other stuff that they have. And once you're in the ecosystem, you just keep purchasing their stuff. So I hope you understand by now that when I give you specific guidelines, you're going to start one thing and I'm going to help you pick that one thing. And then you're going to stick with it for a long enough time, because that is really how you build out all the skills you need to make money. You become the type of person who makes money. You build out that tough funnel. You build out the product. You build out the ads, and then you start making money. There are other ways of making money, which we are going to cover. So you're going to stick to figuring out just one business for 3 years, because to know 10,000 things, know one well. And this is from Miyamoto Musashi. And what you're going to see when you study really successful people, like throughout my college life, I just wanted to study every successful human being that I could possibly find. Like I read everything I could on Sam Walton, the guy who founded Walmart. I studied everything on historical figures like Napoleon Bonaparte, like Miyamoto Musashi, who is considered to be the greatest swordsman of all time in Japan. Then I was studying people like Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and Mark Zuckerberg, and all of them, and Warren Buffett, and Charlie Munger, and literally all of them talk about the same principles of success, which is you have to know one thing well, but then to do that, you have to know and study a bunch of other stuff. Like I just wanted to teach English and make money from English. But then what I had to do in the process is I had to learn how to make content, edit videos, build a website, run Facebook ads, learn about like all this data stuff, learn about YouTube analytics. All of that stuff, initially I thought, oh, I'm just going to teach English. I don't have to do that. I'm not supposed to do that. And that was completely wrong. Because when I study these successful people, I'm like, oh, so that's how things work. Like you just have, like, to make one thing work, you need to study 10,000 other things. For example, to make my English learning business work, my expectation was I just need to know English and people will give me money. And the reality was I needed to build out this entire funnel and learn all the skills in this funnel over time. And I kept on making more and more money as I learned more and more. And I implemented the things that I was learning in my business. So I had to learn communication, how to talk on camera, how to make videos, how to make ads. I had to study human psychology, copywriting, websites, entire business funnels, employee training systems, how to build systems, leverage business, how to build PDFs, how to read data, etc., etc., etc. 10,000 things just to do one thing well. Okay, so this is going to be important later. So why do so many restaurant businesses fail? I'm sure by this point you're figuring it out, because the expectation is, oh, I cook well, so if I started a restaurant, it would be successful. But the reality is, if we look at KFC, learn how to iterate and build a product. Learn how to brand. Learn how to create a single product that is really good and you make it really, really good over time. And then you have an overall brand image built around just fried chicken. And then you need to create systems that allow franchising to happen. And what does that mean? Well, if I open another KFC on another part of the world, I have built my system so that they can easily replicate the same exact food over there. And there's an entire employee training system too. All of this stuff have nothing to do with you knowing how to cook. These are completely separate skills that you have to learn just to make a restaurant work that have nothing to do with food or the food itself. So learn how to iterate and build a product. Learn how to calculate shelf life and stock management. So you would have to learn a bunch of software. You would have to learn accounting. You would have to learn stock management. Have a repeatable system to produce the same taste across the world. Have a system for training employees. Build incentives that make people want to join a franchise program, etc., 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 etc. That is why restaurants fail, because the initial idea of what is required is wrong. But here's the good news. There is no real failure in self-development. So even if English Bully failed today, so let's suppose somehow we went out of business, I wouldn't really have failed. I will still know the 9,999 other things I learned just to make English Bully work. And all those will stay with me for a lifetime. And the way you have to think about this as you start this journey of making money is you are the product of the work you do. The things that you learn stick with you for a lifetime, and it keeps on allowing you to do those things in the future, right? And every time you learn something new, that just gets added to the giant stack of things you already know. Does that make sense? Like the new business that I started and me already having my first client before posting my first video, and the client paying me $150 for an hour of my time. How did that happen? Because I am the product of the work I did. So even though the market crashed, I might not continue running English Bully. It doesn't matter, right? Like I am still the product of the work that I did. And that is how I was able to get a $150 an hour client as literally my first sale in the new business. So the mentality you need to have is I will do whatever it takes to get the job done. Not what I currently know, not how I think things should be. It is what it is. I'm going to do whatever it takes. So how people who do nothing think. Oh, I should not have to do this. I am not supposed to do this. There are no shoulds or supposed tos in this world. We live in a world where innocent children pass away every day from wars that they had nothing to do with. Clearly, this world has no shoulds or supposed tos. It just doesn't. So you need to throw that out of your brain. It's like, what is the cause and effect relationship to things? Like, what do I have to do? What are the people who are already doing it? What do they know? And if they know that, I guess I'm going to have to learn all of that too. Like, that's the mindset. Like, whatever it takes, whatever the minimum threshold is, or whatever the successful people are doing and learning, I'm going to learn all of that. I'm going to do all of that. It doesn't matter if I like doing it. It doesn't matter if I feel like I shouldn't have to do it. I'm going to do it. That's the mindset. Another very important part of this video, the connection between money and time. Money and time. All rich people that I have studied and all successful people that I studied have income separated from time. And that is how they're able to scale their income. If time and income are connected, then that is usually a job. And if you have a job, you have to convince your boss or people in a company for a small gain. Okay? Like if people in a particular company like you, then you might get a promotion. If they don't, that you might not get a promotion. But it doesn't work that way if you have your time and income separated and you are in a business. That's why I think you might have heard that, to make a lot of money, you need equity in a business, because basically what a business is your ability to separate time from income. And in a business, you have to convince the market for unlimited gains. So even if you talk to one client and that client absolutely hates you, it doesn't matter. Okay, because you could just get another client from millions of other people. But in a job, if your boss doesn't like you, that's different, right? For internal nepotism or whatever, it's not entirely in your control. So if you have your time and income connected, it might look like this. So let's suppose this is Dr. Adam and he is a dentist and he can serve a maximum of 5 patients per day and each patient pays him $100. Dentists make a lot more, but just for this example, let's consider that each patient pays only $100 and he can serve 5 patients a day. So his daily income would be $500 and in a month he would make $15,000. Then he systemized his service delivery. He sat down and he wrote out exactly everything he does to get results for his dental clients, right? Like, this is how you put on braces, and then you do this, and then at the end you do this, and then it's done. Then he creates systems for service delivery, right? And after doing that, he is able to open another branch and he hires another dentist. He trains him for a little bit and he pays the dentist $5,000 a month, okay? And he spends another $2,000 for rent and other expenses. And now the other branch starts making $15,000 a month. And now his profit from the other branch is $15,000 minus $7,000 worth of expenses. And that equals to $8,000 of profit from the new branch. So now his total income is $15,000 plus $8,000 plus $23,000 a month. Then he opened 2 more branches. And now he makes 15 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8, or almost $40,000 a month. Then he stops his own practice and just grows the business. So he stopped doing this. So he doesn't practice in his own clinic anymore. He just runs the 3 clinics that he has. And now just from running 3 clinics, he makes $24,000 per month in profit, which is more than how much he could make if he was just working by himself. And this income is separated from his time because other people are doing it and he's created or built a system through which he can do this. Does that make sense? Then he increased his prices because he has a better brand and increased service capacity per branch. So he started posting videos online and he doubled down on marketing and branding. And then over time, each of his branches started making $20,000 in profit per month. And from 3 branches, he now makes $60,000 a month. And his time and income are completely separated. Okay, like it's never completely separated unless he sells this business off. But like he has way more time to himself now. Now, the important part is, did he have to convince anyone for a promotion? Or did he convince the market and the customers for an unlimited amount of gain? Like he can just open another branch now. No one is going to tell him no, right? Like he already has the system in place. He can keep building out more branches and no one can tell him no. I did the same for my business. So when I learned these principles from the books that I was reading, I decided to do the same for my business. So initially, I would teach 2 batches of 30 students per month on Google Meet. I would take live sessions. So I could teach 60 students per month. I couldn't teach any more than that. And every student would pay me $20. So I was making $1,200-ish per month during the first year, which is still a lot of money for Bangladesh, but not a lot of money internationally. And then from having that money and having a very lean business system, I wasn't hiring a bunch of people. I would just teach people. So I had tons of money left over. Having that money left over allowed me to learn how to build websites and build a website and systemize my service delivery. And from teaching these students, I was able to come up with a system that provides really good results for students. Like if any student goes through my English learning course, they actually learn English because it took a long time for me to figure that system out. And like delivery, like how do I deliver my product? And then I made a better brand. I kept posting videos. And I was able to raise my prices to $50 for a recorded course with interactive exams in the website that I built. And now I could sell 200 per month, where I was stuck to 60 students only. Now I can sell like as many as I possibly can because my time from income earned has been completely separated now. Does that make sense? So these are things you're going to do over time after you start your business. So if the market wasn't crashing and I really wanted to get English Bully to that next level, what would I do? Well, I currently have one product, and this one product makes me $10,000 a month. And what I could do is I could start an IELTS course. IELTS is an exam that people from non-English speaking countries have to give before they migrate to an English speaking country, right? So it's a very big thing in non-English speaking countries. It's kind of like an SAT exam that people have to give. So what I would do if I wanted to grow English Bully drastically, I would make an IELTS course and I would sell it for $100. Per day, I would only need to sell 10. And that way I could make $1,000 a day. And I could add an additional $30,000 to my income, and my total income would become $40,000 a month. Right? Like that is literally what I would have to do. So now if I want to give myself a giant promotion, I just have to convince the market and not an individual person. And these really are the factors that allow people to make a lot of money. So examples of jobs that make you rich. Well, there are jobs that do make you rich. If you become the CEO of a giant company, you are going to make millions a year. But the problem with that is it takes time. And the other problem with that is you do have to convince a small group of people to give you that opportunity. But in business, that is not the case. Everyone in a company could hate you. Like, let's suppose there's 1,000 people in a giant company and all of them hate you. Like, none of that would affect you in any way, like at all. Because there are 8 billion people on planet Earth. From those people, millions of people could really like you and buy from you. And there are other jobs that can make you rich. For example, sales jobs with commissions. You can do that and get a lot of money. Another type of job that makes you a lot of money, businesses that have profit sharing or give you stock. So in NVIDIA, like, most of their employees got really rich because they had stock options. But again, it's the same thing. Stock options basically means your time is separated from income. All right. So it's kind of the same thing. Like when you're an employee, but you have stock options, your time and income are separated. So if your time and income are linked, this is how your income increases over time. However, if your time and income are separated, this is how your income can grow over time. This is how my income did grow over time. Like English Bully's income, it grew like this. I wasn't making any money. You know, I changed the system a little bit, and then it shot up to the next stage, did another thing, made some new ads that shot up to like the next level. And again, like I could just do this, right? So I hope till now, all of this is making sense to you. These are the important things that you have to learn, because later when I give you step-by-step guidelines, then everything's going to make sense to you and you're really going to get it. Or else if I give you guidelines, none of it's going to make sense to you. All right, guys, now we're going to cover how money came to be, commerce and infrastructures, and how to get rich quick. What the gurus are really talking about, the juicy stuff. So what do humans really need to live? Food and shelter. We don't really need anything else. And that is how we live for most of our evolutionary history. But then you might ask the question, how did so many other things come to be? So basically, this is what happened. Over time, as we started settling and as the agricultural revolution began, we started settling and we started farming, different people became good at making or doing different things, which other people needed. So let's say there's a guy who makes really good axes. However, there's another guy who is a really good medic. Now the medic needs an axe for himself to cut stuff or for his protection. But the guy who makes axes, he might get sick and he would have to go to the medic. So if the guy who makes axes gets sick, you might go over to the medic and tell him hey, you can have one of my axes and in return, can you give me some medicine? And the guy might say, yeah, don't worry about it. I needed an axe anyway. So trading started. So this guy is really good at making medicine. This guy is really good at making axes. However, there was an issue with trading. Let's suppose this guy who makes axes needs a home, and this guy just happens to build homes. So he goes over to him and he's like, hey man, I want a home. How many axes should I give you? And he's like, well, you should give me 300 axes. And then he's like, all right, cool. I'll give you 300 axes and you can give me a home. But then this guy's like, but I don't need 300 axes. What am I going to do with 300 axes? But he's like, yeah, but I need a home. But he's like, yeah, you might need a home, but I don't need 300 axes. And this was the fundamental problem with trading. And you can see the same thing here as well. This guy makes buckets, and let's suppose this guy needs a boat. So he goes over to this guy. He's like, hey, I make buckets or barrels. Do you need 60 barrels? I will give you 60 barrels and you can give me a boat. And then this guy might be like, but I don't need 60 barrels. And then he would say, yeah, but I really like a boat. So with trading, the fundamental issue is no one really needs 60 barrels, even though he might need a boat, right? Like this guy who makes swords needs to live in a house. He might go over to the guy who makes a house and be like, hey, I'll give you 100 swords. You can give me a house. This guy would be like, I don't need 100 swords. And this was the big problem with trading. And to solve this problem, money or currency was created. So after money was created, people wouldn't directly trade anymore. So the guy who made axes, he would just sell 100 axes to 100 different people who just needed axes for like, let's say, $10 each. And then he would have $1,000. And then with this $1,000, he could get a house. Because then he could go over to this guy and be like, hey, here's $1,000, give me a house. And then the guy wouldn't say, well, I don't need $1,000. Well, he does need $1,000 because he would then take the $1,000, he would give him a house. And with those $1,000, he could buy a barrel for $5. He could buy a sword for like $20. He could buy him a boat for like $200. And this is the fundamental problem that currency solves. And that is why money came to existence. So over time, each of these became giant industries. And people from one industry needed something from the other. So people ask this question a lot, which is, which industry should I start a business in? And we're actually going to get to that. But you can make money from any industry because the guy who makes medicines, he needs a house. And the guy who makes weapons, well, he needs a boat. Right? So everyone needs something that the other person makes. Like I teach English, but I need furniture. So the money I made from teaching English, I use that to buy furniture. I use that to buy laptops. And the guy who sold me this table, I'm sure he needs food in his home. So the money he makes from selling these tables, he buys food with that money. But anyway, so over time, this is how industries came to be. One guy just got really, really good at making barrels, but he didn't know much about making a boat. And this guy became really, really good at making boats, but this guy just didn't know much about building a house. So people became specialized at different things. And then at each of these industries, many sub-industries were created. In the housing industry, you have people who just make tiles. You have people who just make windows. Other people who just do roofing. Other people who just do backyards. And other people who just build swimming pools. Other people who just build stuff like the sink and the bathrooms and the toilets. All those are separate industries, and everyone is making money in each of those industries because people in one industry needs what someone else has in another industry. Are you going to start a housing business? No, because that takes upfront capital. And in this video, we're not going to do anything that takes you money to make money. So you're going to start a zero risk business, and you're going to learn all the skills you need taking on zero risk. And today there are thousands of different industries: housing industries, hospitals, technology, construction, everything you need in your home, sports, clothes. Each industry makes a lot of money, but it takes time to make money in each. And you cannot enter every industry without investment. So we are only going to find out which industries you can enter into and with what sort of a business you can enter into without having any money. So we will only look at how to make money without needing any money to start in this course. So for us to understand how to get rich quick, we need to know the history of infrastructures. The agricultural age started 10,000 years ago. And before that, humans would just live in small tribes, like pretty much like animals, all right? So we were hunter-gatherers. But then during the agricultural age, we started settling around riverbanks and we started growing crops and plants. And then over time, we had kings. So those small settlements started having leaders, and those leaders made weapons, and then they started taking over territory. And that's how you had kings, and you had queens, and you had this era of feudalism, of wars and stuff like that. But then the next major breakthrough, and this is really where modern civilization starts, was the invention of the printing press in the early modern era. I think this was around the 1700s. I might be wrong, but it's around that time period. And the reason why this is so important is because for the first time in human history, information could be printed quickly. Like books could be printed quickly, and they could be delivered to everyone throughout a kingdom or a country. So everyone could get educated. And this is one of the key trends we're going to see with the invention of each infrastructure. The goal for each of these infrastructures is to make available for everyone what used to be available only to a select few. So before the invention of a printing press, it was very difficult to educate the masses. Why? Because you couldn't print out books. Everything would have to be handwritten. So knowledge and information was all kind of confined to only a select few people in select few places and levels of social status. Like the really rich people and emperors and conquerors, only they had access to real education. But then after the invention of the printing press, everyone could get educated. And then when everyone started to get educated, and this is around like the time of the Renaissance, then that led to the industrial age. The industrial age was all about creating machines and factories. So previously, to make the things that factories could make, it would take a lot of people. Some things were just impossible to make. And because of the creation of this infrastructure, because of the creation of factories, there was a giant demand for factory workers. So the British set up tons of factories and they needed tons of workers. But seeing this, other countries also built, to compete with them, also built tons of factories, and they also needed tons of workers. And because of that, there was a huge demand for people who could write, who could read, and who could do basic maths and calculations. And this is when our current education system was created. And people are constantly like, oh, the school system doesn't work. Yeah, because it was created for a different time to solve a different problem. And that different problem is countries needed huge amounts of people who could do basic math, who could write stuff, and who could read stuff. And the people who owned factories were people who already had a lot of money. Like, not everyone could start a factory. Only already well-to-do people could start factories because it took a lot of initial upfront capital. But people could be employees in a factories, and then people could get educated, and people, like, there was a demand for engineers during this time. But then the information age happens with the invention of the internet, essentially. And then what this did is it fundamentally changed everything, and nothing was ever like this in the history of humanity. Why wasn't anything like this ever before? Because now, with the invention of the internet, anyone could have access to any information at any time. Really, as we've built out more infrastructure, what made you special was your ability to know things and learn things and then implement those things to build something, right? Like ever since the industrial age, someone who knows a lot about engineering and production and systems, psychology became really popular during this time because people wanted to know how you could have maximum efficiency in factories. But specialized knowledge became really, really important. That wasn't really available to everyone. Sure, there were books, but a mass education system didn't really fix that problem. But then with the invention of the internet, everyone could have access to every piece of information that they could ever need. And it's pretty much free. And another problem that the internet solved, platforms like Shopify, and like this is the important part of the video, this is how you get rich quick, is previously, before the internet, you needed to have upfront capital and money and social status and all these other things to be able to start a business. You needed to take a loan. Like if you study Sam Walton's book, like the founder of Walmart, he took $20,000 loan from his girlfriend's dad. Or I think it was his wife's dad at that point. I don't remember. But he took a $20,000 loan. And with that, he started his first store. So if you were ever going to start a business before the internet, you needed investments. Okay, but with the invention of every single infrastructure, especially from the printing press, things just got cheaper to do than before, and it would give you better results, and it took lesser people. Like, that's been the general trend. Like the invention of cars. So because of the creation of factory infrastructures, making cars was possible. Or else you wouldn't be able to make cars. Only because the existing infrastructure of factories was already possible from the industrial age, then cars and stuff like that, humans could make them. And then as soon as we made cars, what happened? The entire horse industry just stopped existing very quickly over a few decades. Why? Because a car was better and cheaper and faster and easier to maintain in every way than a horse, which is a living, breathing creature. You can't just keep it in a garage and forget about it. The way that technology has advanced from the invention of the printing press is things got cheaper and faster and better, and it took less effort to get a better result. And so when the internet came around, you could now teach yourself how to do anything. And that is how I was able to teach myself all these things. And you wouldn't need any money to start a business. Why? Because you could set up a website. And the equivalent of a website used to be a physical store, which takes money to start. And you could also have non-physical or digital products or services, which was not a thing before at all. These things require skills and not capital. And this is really how you get rich quick without taking on risk. And now we have the age of AI. And with AI, it's been the same trend, where before I had to hire customer care agents for my business. And they wouldn't even really do a good job. They would have to just send automated texts. But now I've set up an AI bot for my business. And now the AI bot replies to all the messages that my business gets. And it's faster and it's instantaneous. And I don't have to ask my employees hey, please reply to the texts. Because they're always answered all the time for cheaper, and it's better. That's just been the general trend. So with every new age, new infrastructure was made, which allowed new types of businesses to be made, and these businesses sell new types of products and services. Okay, and in these businesses, to get a job, new types of skills were required. After the industrial age, factories were made, and then cars became a thing. That led to taxi businesses, before Uber came along. So before the information age, when we just had cars, taxi businesses were a thing. And for taxi businesses, what type of skills were required to get a job in these businesses? You needed to know how to drive. A new sort of skill came along, all right? This was never the case before. What other types of businesses? So with the information age, websites became a thing, and then web development, if you learned that skill, you could now make money. And now with AI, if you did AI automations for business owners, you could make money. But does that make sense? It's now this thing that used to cost more and take more time, and it was just not as good, is now better. It takes less time. Anyone can do it. It's available to more people. Previously, only people who had money had access to something like this, but now everyone has access to something like this. Social media. Previously, if you wanted to do broadcasting, you would have to have enough money to start a TV channel, and then you could broadcast stuff. It wasn't available to the public. If you wanted to get on TV, you would have to go through all different types of gatekeepers. People who work at a TV channel would have to give you permission to be on their channel. But none of that exists anymore because of the internet and social media. That's been the general trend. So the reason behind creation of each infrastructure is do more with less, make things more efficient and cost less, allow one person to get more done than possible before. And this is the important part. The things that you can do today simply were not possible 30 years ago. English Bully would not be possible 30 years ago. So if I wanted to start something like English Bully a few decades ago, I would need money, because I would need to rent out a place where I would teach students. I couldn't really do marketing. You couldn't do marketing at all 30 years ago before social media. I would have to have more money to print out leaflets, and then I would have to go to schools, stand in front of schools, and I would have to hand out those leaflets to students as they come out. Hey, if you need help with English, come to this coaching center. And I would have a physical location where only students of a certain area could realistically show up to that place. I couldn't be selling all over the country. And the internet and social media fundamentally solved all those problems. So the things you can do today to get rich or make money simply was not possible realistically on planet Earth, because that infrastructure didn't exist. Does that make sense? So now that you understand that, now you can understand how to get rich quick and what the gurus are really talking about. How does infrastructure come to be? The smartest people in the world, they study just for the sake of studying. These people don't have a lot of dreams about becoming billionaires or millionaires. They are just really fascinated with education for the sake of education. People studying at the highest level, and then they build infrastructure. Like the people who built out the internet infrastructure, it was only possible because of scientists. So when online gurus are like, oh, you don't have to study. Sure, you don't have to study, but that's only because people who really did study, studied a lot and built infrastructures, which makes it possible for you to not study as much. I don't know if that makes sense. It's going to make sense in a bit. So STEM stands for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So only really studying these very hard topics do infrastructures come to be. Like this laptop is only possible because of coding, and coding is logic, and people who are really great at maths, they came up with it. But then they make it consumer friendly, and then I can use it, right? Or people who are not as smart can use it and use it to make money. So basically what happens is the smartest people study in fields like science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And then they work with the government, or they work with private institutions, and they have billions of dollars of funding. And then they build infrastructures like this. Like in the industrial age, factory infrastructure was created, which led to cars being made, which then led to a business owner being able to make a taxi business. Does that make sense? And then in the information age, they built out the entire internet infrastructure. So this is what the internet infrastructure looks like, where governments invested billions and billions of dollars to have these giant lines all across the world connecting the whole world, like these giant cables. And this is the internet infrastructure. And because this infrastructure existed, then a businessman like Jeff Bezos could build a business like Amazon. Before this infrastructure was built, it wasn't even possible. Okay, so new types of infrastructures are created, and because of these infrastructures, new types of businesses can be made. So people study at the highest level, and then with the help of the government and billions and trillions of dollars of funding, they build out new infrastructures. And then these things are used by business owners. So using STEM research and infrastructure to make commercial products. For example, Apple didn't come up with coding. Apple didn't come up with chips. Scientists came up with that, but then they were like, all right, we can use this technology to build a computer. And then over time, it kept getting better, and then now we have a laptop. So when gurus are talking about how to get rich quick, this is what they're talking about, and it is possible. We're going to understand that now. But it's only possible on the backs of people who did put in a lot of time, effort, and who really did study. For example, doctors, engineers, mechanical engineers, civil engineers, architects, and lawyers. To be really good in any of these professions, you have to go through a lifetime of education. Because for someone to be a doctor, they really need to go through years and years of education so that then they can operate on a real human being. So let's suppose there's a doctor, he spent all his life studying, and now he's a great doctor. But he doesn't know how to make a website. But he needs to build a website to send people from his top funnel to get like an email lead so that he can sell them more stuff, so that he can become a financially successful doctor, right? Or let's suppose there's a lawyer. He went to law school, passed the bar exam, studied for years. Now he wants to become really financially successful as a lawyer. But he doesn't know how marketing works. He doesn't know how Facebook ads work. He doesn't know how SEO works. He doesn't know email marketing, but he's going to need all of those to get clients in the same way. He doesn't know how to make videos or video editing, but he has to do all this stuff just to get more clients for his law practice. Why does he need to do this stuff? Because we already learned this stuff, that to get clients, you need to build out a top funnel of relevant traffic. So for a lawyer, after years of education, what would he have to do? Make videos that inform people about the law. So if he's a divorce lawyer, he would have to create videos, inform people on how divorces work and what things someone might be entitled to, and mistakes that people make when going through a divorce, right? Stuff like that. And all of that would position him as an expert. He might give away a PDF that people can download from his website. Now, he doesn't know how to do any of this because he just studied law. So this is how you get rich quick. And this is what all the gurus teach. So if you study SMMA, like social media marketing, you can then just serve lawyers. Like, hey, I do social media marketing for lawyers that help them get more clients. Or I do Facebook ads for divorce lawyers that help them get more clients. Right? So even though these people put years of their life getting that education, you can pretty much learn this stuff pretty fast, like in a year and a half, 2-3 years, get really, really good at it. And that entire time you would be making money. So this is kind of what they're talking about. So I hope you really understand what gurus talk about and how to get rich quick, and the fact that the world always will need people who really study a lot just for the sake of education, because only because of those people can we now enjoy the type of benefits that we do enjoy. I wouldn't be able to make something like English Bully if really smart people didn't build out the internet infrastructure. And then other really smart people didn't build out social media platforms. So you get to kind of ride on the backs of that and get rich quick or make money quick. So with coding you can actually make money fast, because with coding you can make a lot of mistakes and learn quickly. But if you're a doctor, you can't just go through 100 patients just to learn. You have to be very careful. You're dealing with real human lives. A mechanical engineer or an architect, they can't just go through 100 buildings quickly just to get good, because those buildings might fall apart. But with coding, you can build 1,000 different apps that don't work, and you're going to learn something every time and you're going to get good. So that's kind of how it works. I hope you understand. Moving on. So how the internet fundamentally changed the world. Everyone can have their own broadcasting system. We already talked about this. You look at someone like iShowSpeed. It's someone like iShowSpeed couldn't exist before. Someone like MrBeast couldn't exist before. They would have to convince a TV channel to let them do this stuff. But now anyone has access to everyone throughout the world. Everyone can have time separated from income because of the internet and being able to build websites, right? That's what I did with my business. That simply wasn't possible before. Everyone can start a business with very low or no capital at all. The coaching businesses that I showed you. You start off by posting content if you're in fitness, and then you can message people, and then you can start teaching them for free on Google Meet and start taking their money. Everyone can make and run ads for their product or service. This simply was not possible before. You would have to give a lot of money to newspapers. Now you can, for $5 a day, start running ads on Facebook. That's a skill you're going to have to learn, but this just wasn't possible before. You'd have to print out leaflets, and you would have to randomly give it to people. You wouldn't even know if they actually need your service. No gatekeepers. No one can tell you, hey, you can't make content. No one can tell you, oh, you can't start a business. Anyone can learn anything from the best in the world. So under the schooling system, you only had to learn from your teachers. And your teachers aren't the best in the world at anything, because if they were, they wouldn't be teaching at schools for the amount of money that they do get paid. I wouldn't be teaching English in a school, because I can make way more money from English teaching on the internet. And this is what we fundamentally need to understand, that all the best teachers in the world are no longer incentivized to teach in an institution. They're more incentivized to teach online to millions of people where they can get rich from it. So the best in the world at anything now get rich from teaching what they know. So the world's best coder, computer coder, let's suppose he used to teach at Harvard. Now he can just start teaching for free on YouTube and then later monetize that audience and make millions from that audience. No one can tell him no. And Harvard or any educational institution can't ever pay him enough or pay him as much money as that person can probably make for himself if he wanted to. But this is how the internet fundamentally changed incentive structures. And this is stuff you really have to know. So skills, which if you learned, you could make money today. Basically, the different skills required at different parts of the funnel. So let's suppose this guy is a lawyer. He spent years learning how to be a really good lawyer, and now he's out of law school and he wants to start his own practice. He doesn't know video editing, but he needs to post videos to get clients for his business, right? So if you know video editing, you could reach out to this guy and offer him that service for $1,000, $2,000 a month. And then you need 5 clients and you could make money that way. But from your end, you would also have to create a business, a funnel for yourself where you make videos telling people hey, I edit videos for lawyers. And these are the types of videos I edited for other lawyers that got them a lot of clients. And then what sort of clients would you get? You would get lawyers who need video editors, right? It all works the same way. Content strategy. This lawyer has no idea what sort of content to make for social media. And this is why I got paid $150 for an hour for a content strategy session. Video creation setup, SEO, script writing. And then in the middle funnel, learn how to build websites. Again, a lawyer doesn't know how to build websites. A doctor doesn't, even though they spent years getting educated in being a doctor or a lawyer. This is a completely different thing, and they're going to pay you money for it, because remember that wall, the harder it is to get up that wall, the more people are going to pay. Okay, so again, you're not going to learn all these things. You can just learn how to build websites and make money. You can just learn how to do ads really well and make money. You can just learn how to make landing pages that convert really well for e-commerce businesses, and you could make money. You could just do email marketing for e-commerce businesses and make money. You could just do copywriting or build entire systems out for business owners, like this entire system, digital marketing infrastructure out for business owners, and you could make money. But you're not going to do everything. Because what do we know? You only have to stick to one thing and you have to make that one thing work. But in the process, you're going to learn 10,000 things. And then like payment setups and accounting, stuff like that might be at the bottom end. All right, so we're almost at the end of the foundation stuff. I hope you guys learned a lot. I hope the world makes more sense to you. So now we're going to learn about compounding effects and how to get lucky. So what compounding basically is when you get the ball rolling, your life doesn't get better in a linear fashion. It doesn't get better like that. It gets better like that. Okay, like things just exponentially get better. So let's suppose you start a fitness business today. No one knows who you are. You start posting videos. No one knows who you are. You get a few clients. You make a bit of money. Now you've bought a DSLR. Your video quality's got better. You're getting more views. Now you have like 50, 100,000 followers. Here you might get lucky. At this point, you might get an email from a supplement company telling you that they want you to be their brand ambassador or they want you to be an affiliate. Now you just got lucky, right? And then you become a really, really big influencer. You just happen to get lucky all the time, but not really. These are just opportunities coming your way because people in a marketplace know who you are. Like when I started English Bully, I wasn't getting lucky. Over time, I built out an audience. And then I had study abroad agencies reach out to me and they wanted to form partnerships with me. And then now I get a lot of emails from study abroad agencies. They ask me like if I have any students who want to go abroad, that I should send them over to them and they're going to give me a commission. Stuff like that. That's just one example. I never do it, but that's just one example. Same thing with beauty. You start posting online, form an audience, and then now you sign up for a few affiliate links. Over time, you have a really good audience, and then you just keep getting lucky, right? But it's not really luck. Joe Rogan started his podcast a long time ago. Then it became very big, and he got lucky from a sponsorship deal from Spotify. Not really luck, just compounding effects, where bigger and bigger opportunities keep getting thrown your way as you keep getting good at one thing. Like Joe Rogan isn't going to get a sponsorship deal from an email marketing company because that just doesn't make any sense. Let's suppose you're a guy and you start a fitness brand, you get really good, you have a big audience. You're not going to get a deal from a lipstick brand. You're just not. You're not going to get lucky that way. You're only going to get lucky from opportunities in the fitness space. Right? So that's kind of how luck works. So you just have to get started and get the ball rolling. And I'll tell you how you're going to do it in a little bit. So as I've studied a lot of entrepreneurs, what I've realized is entrepreneurship is making sense of the world. Getting the closest you can get to the cause and effects of things so that you can get your desired outcome. Like when I was reading Principles by Ray Dalio, who happens to be a billionaire, and he has tons of videos on YouTube. And one of the videos he mentioned that in his company, he has this AI algorithm or something that helps them make better decisions from real data. So they understand that your human mind is biased. And if you can make the right decisions, if you can have the right inputs, you are going to get the right output. So it's just figuring out what things cause what. And then you just have to do those things to get what you want out of life. Like that's been the general way that all successful people think. All right, guys, so we're almost done with understanding the foundations of money and business. So all money is made through sales. We understand this either directly or indirectly. So now if I asked you, how do influencers make money? Well, influencers make videos and other business owners who sell products or services run ads on those videos. And a percentage of the money that these business owners are paying to, let's say, YouTube to run these ads on videos, a percentage of that money goes to influencers. And this is how they make money from YouTube views. They are still making money from a sale indirectly. And then over time, what you're going to see with influencers like Mr. Beast is they start their own product because they want a direct relationship with the money earning process. With getting money just from views, you have an indirect relationship. But if you have your own product, you have a direct relationship. You can run ads and you can grow it. And that's really when you make like a lot of money. Singers. So with singers, get a lot of people to know about them and like them and listen to their music and then sell stuff at the end. Concert tickets, merchandise, CDs and vinyls and records and stuff like that. And businesses, they all directly sell either a service or a product. Like that's kind of how everything works. All money at the end is made through a sale of a product or a service. That's all you have to understand. And there might be other ways on top of indirectly making money. But whatever that is has to somehow be connected to a sale being made at the end, or else it's probably a scam. Alright guys, this is the last slide. After this, I'm going to give you step-by-step guidelines on what you can do from today to start earning money. So let's do a first principles thinking session. What that means is let's try to think of things for ourselves. What causes a sale in your business type? So in an education business, what do you think you would have to do to make people buy from you? As I've seen, what matters most in the education space is who the teacher is. So personal brand matters a lot. Like when I started teaching English, there were people who could barely speak English and they were making money. Why? Because they've been just doing it for a long time and they had a bigger audience. So in the education space, what really matters is the teacher and the personal brand around the teacher. In beauty, what really matters is the brand value. My friend's going to think I'm wearing something very expensive. Like the status aspect of it really matters. And you're going to see that most successful beauty brands have a very high status celebrity attached to it. Pretty sure Kylie Jenner has her own beauty brand. Now you don't have to become that big of a celebrity, but you just have to get like the basics right. Your beauty products need to have a certain image and status attached to it, or else you're not going to make a lot of money from it. Same thing with clothing. Kanye has a pretty successful clothing business, but it's also the same thing. Like he is this big celebrity and that's what makes his clothing business work. Other things that might make your clothing business work, making clothes for a particular type of look. And again, like the status associated with the type of clothes. In fitness, personal brands matter the most, like a lot. Like Jeff Nippert is probably making a lot of money, and the reason he is because he created a brand for himself, right? Like all the businesses that we saw in fitness. So in fitness, for you to make money, you need to make a really good top funnel, and then you have to make a coaching program, and that way you could make a lot of money. However, in social media marketing, you could have a really, really good top funnel. You could have millions of business owners follow you, but if you can't deliver results, so what social media marketing essentially is let's suppose a lawyer pays you $2,000 a month to get him clients. If you can't get him clients, no matter how good your marketing is, people are really not going to give you a lot of money. Does that make sense? Like you're not going to have a very good reputation for too long. So with social media marketing, even if you don't have a brand, you can start making money very quickly. You can run offers that guarantee results. You can say, hey, we get divorce lawyers 10 qualified leads, or we will give you $1,000 back for wasting your time, like an offer like that. So you could start making money from the very beginning. Now, of course, you need to be good and you need to be able to deliver results. And with software too, like if your software doesn't work, like if it doesn't actually give you results, no amount of marketing is going to fix that. But again, with products like beauty, it pretty much is about marketing. And you kind of have to think about what business you're in this way. All right, we're finally here. Your step-by-step guideline to make money. Now everything will make sense to you and you are going to know why you're going to do what you're going to do. So at first we have to choose an industry and a type of business, and we have to stick with it for 3 years. Then we have to open social media platforms. Like my English business's name was English Bully. If you're in fitness or in beauty, honestly, you should start a YouTube channel or a Facebook page under your own name. So it shouldn't be something else. Now you can give it a brand name. We're going to get into this in a bit, but you're going to open social media platforms. You're going to start posting content only a buyer would care about. And I've included an entire section on how you're going to do this in this video. You are then going to get your first client through cold DMs or service people for free to get testimonials and actually get good at what you do. So let's suppose you started a fitness business. What are you going to do? You're then going to start messaging people like, hey man, I'm doing this fitness thing. Like I post free videos and all that stuff. I want to get a few free clients and get really good results for you so that I can build out a plan for myself, so that I can create a coaching program. And since you're my first client, I'm going to really try and get you incredible results. And you don't have to pay me anything. I just need a glowing testimonial. All right. This is what I did when I started English Bully. My first batch was free and I got really good testimonials from them. And I used those testimonials to then get my first paid clients. So then you're going to keep posting and growing your audience and learn skills every day to get better. You're going to build out a great product over time, and you're going to play the money RPG game over time and learn relevant skills to get to the next level. That's pretty much it. So choosing an industry and sticking with it for 3 years. At first, what you're going to do is you're going to sit down, you're going to get a piece of paper, and you're going to write out all your different interests or all the things that you can do or you're really good at. There might be things that you're really good at, you're better than other people, but if there isn't anything like that, don't worry about it. Okay, so first you're going to write things that you're interested in and things that you actually can do. So in my case, when I started English Bully, it looked like this. I am interested in making music. I like drawing and art, and I really like playing video games. And what I could do was speak English. I wasn't really interested in it, right? But among all these things, English was the thing that makes the most money. So starting a business pretty much has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with what can you do that others would pay you for their own benefit. And among all these things in Bangladesh, the thing that people do make money from is teaching English. So I was like, all right, cool. I guess I'm going to teach English. So in your case, it might be fitness and beauty and all these other things. You're going to figure out which one of these things people already make money in. It is proven that if you start a business in this, you will make money. When I looked at the English learning industry, I saw that people who could barely speak English were making money from it. So I was like, all right, cool. So if I make a business in the English learning space, the probability is very high that I am going to make money because there's a lot of money here. But in Bangladesh, there's not a lot of money in gaming yet. Like that's just not an industry that is fleshed out. And even abroad, like it's going to take you a long time to make money from gaming, like a long time, because you have to be very entertaining and then you have to build out an audience, like a very big audience first. But with something like fitness, you can just get a few coaching clients from the very beginning, given you have a really good physique. You can't do that with gaming. So if you need money quick, there are certain skills that you could develop that make money quick, right? Like if you have a really good physique already, or if you know how to play the guitar, you can start teaching that stuff. Okay, so now if you don't have any skills at all, what do? You are going to learn skills that are already making people money. So what you're going to say is, hey, I don't really have any skills that people would pay me for. So what I have to do is for the next 3 to 6 months, I am just going to learn a skill. It might be web development. It's not that hard. There are free courses. Like I learned from free courses on YouTube. Or maybe you're going to look at the agency space stuff. And I hope from watching this video, you know how you could make money from running an agency, because the lawyer doesn't know anything about running Facebook ads and like setting up funnels. But you would have to learn those things or else they're not going to pay you money for it, right? So what are we going to do? Figure out if there's anything you already know today that people already make money from. And the chances might be that there just isn't. And if there isn't, you're going to sit down and you're going to learn a skill that people already pay for. So pick one that people already make money in. Like you've heard, oh, people make tons of money from SMMAs. Oh, people make tons of money from doing video editing for other people. People make tons of money from running YouTube agencies where they edit all the videos for YouTubers, or they make the thumbnails and stuff like that. And then they have a few clients on a monthly retainer. They're making money from that. So whatever people are already making money in, and you feel like you could do it, even though you can't do it now, you're kind of interested in it. Like what's something like that? And we are not going to be a pioneer. This is the most important thing you have to understand. iPhone wasn't the first phone. So what all successful businesses do is they let other people create the market. Like I didn't start the English learning market in Bangladesh. The market was already created and people already pay money for things in the market. And then you just enter it and you just get really good over time and you start making money from the beginning and you just make your product the best in a market in which people already pay money. And that's how you make a lot of money. Okay, Facebook wasn't the first social media platform. People were already open to the idea of a social media platform. And that's when Facebook started and made a really good social media platform, and then everyone started using it. So you're not going to be a pioneer. Another really good reason is, the way you should look at it, is you're learning how to play guitar for the first time, right? The way you're going to get really good at playing the guitar is by learning the skills, nothing else. And you're going to start off with basic stuff. Why? Because you are at a basic level. You don't know what you're doing, and that's fine because no one does. What you're not going to do is the first time you've held a guitar, you're not going to say, oh, I'm going to make a new type of playing style on my guitar. Like you don't have the skill to do that yet. Everyone who made a new type of business, first of all, no one ever did, because new businesses come from infrastructure. And then there are tons of pioneers who build the market out first. And then one big player comes in and makes something really good. Like that's how it usually works. So what you really should be doing is just pick a market and do something other people are already doing, which is simple and people already make money at it. Like, just do that. And we're going to see why you should just do that in a little bit. Okay. So choose an industry, stick with it for 3 years. The biggest mistake you will make is new business idea or starting something that needs investments. New business idea, that's like saying you will invent a new way of playing guitar before you've ever even learned the basics of playing one. And I've given you this example because when I say it like this, it sounds like common sense. But common sense isn't really common at all. I need a lot of investment. That's like saying, if I just buy a very expensive guitar, I will be an incredible guitar player. Doesn't work that way either. And this is a very common mistake. So people will take money from their parents and start a business, and they think that that somehow is going to make them successful, but that's not how it works. It's a skill thing. It's a skill issue. And once you have the skill, then later you can take money, but at that point you would know what to do with that money. And you can really understand this when I explain it with the guitar, right? Let's suppose you start off with a very inexpensive entry-level guitar, and using that guitar, you become a really, really skilled player. Like, you learn all the skills and you become really good. And then after you're really good and you have a few students that you teach to and you're making money playing this guitar, then you might invest in a very expensive guitar. And if you do invest in a very expensive guitar, you would actually know how to play that thing from the very beginning, like from day one. Why? Because you are the type of person who plays guitar. And with money, it's a skill set. It's the full skill set in the funnel. Once you have the entire skill set, you will know how to sell. You will know how to make ads. You will know how to set up structures. You will know you will know copywriting, how to write stuff, what to write in an ad that actually sells stuff. You're going to know all this stuff over time. And that's really when you should think about investments or capital or stuff like that. So the goal is to get good and learn skills of making money. So the goal is to get good and learn the skills of making money using a business that has zero risk. Okay, that's what we're going to do. All right, so now we're going to cover content creation. If you just follow this, you will get results with content creation. Open social, start posting content only a buyer would care about. Remember, you are not a content creator making random videos. Your videos are not going to be random ideas or funny or quirky. You are a business owner who makes content that only serves potential customers. I'm going to show you a really good example of that. So if you search for EQ explained, this is basically a music production term. I am currently learning music production, and one of the videos that I watched is this one. So this is the type of content a business owner makes that only a potential customer would watch and get value from, and then later actually want to pay this person to teach them. So he made a video explaining what EQing is in music production, and he's teaching and stuff like that. And underneath it, he is selling his coaching program. All right. And then there's a landing page here, unlock the secrets to producing industry quality EDM and explode your artist brand so you can quit your 9 to 5. And then he has testimonials here of all the people who are working with him and all the different results that he's been able to get for people. And you get to join. So you can click on join now. And you're going to book a call with him. I think he's doing all of this with Go High Level, which is a marketing tool. And then you're going to book a call with him. And at the end, he's probably going to tell you it's going to be this many dollars. But what I really need you to understand is he's not posting random content. Only content that serves potential buyers, who are those people who are trying to learn music production, right? So first, you're going to write out which market you're in. If you're in the fitness market, you're going to write out fitness. And let's suppose the fitness market has 100 million people in the US in it. Then you're going to write out all the sub-markets. This is how I come up with content. This is how I got over 300,000 subscribers on my YouTube channel from only 6 videos. You're going to write out sub-markets within the fitness market. So there are people who want to lose weight. There are people who want to gain muscle. There are people who just want workout routines. There are people who want exercises to build a specific muscle, like people who just want to build out their chest or people who want to build out their shoulders. People who want meal plan for gaining muscle. And then you're going to use each of these sub-markets to create specific content ideas. And those content ideas will lead to sales for your fitness business. Why? Because these aren't random people. Like someone who's searching for how to lose weight wants to lose weight, right? Like that's the market. Someone who searches for anything that has to do with how to gain muscle isn't someone random. It's someone skinny trying to put on muscle. So if you give massive value to someone searching for that term, they're going to consider paying you for coaching services. So then you're going to write out specific content ideas like this: how to lose weight quick, low calorie meals for losing weight plus PDF. Why PDF? Why are we going to give away a PDF? To collect their emails. Beginners complete gym workout routine. Who's going to watch this video? People who just got started with going to the gym. And these people might be ideal customers for your coaching business. Exercises that build your chest the fastest, right? And then under each of these videos, you're going to tell them, by the way, I have a coaching program. And then that way you're going to have some clients. So this is the overall content funnel you're going to build out. Ask yourself, which market am I in? What are the sub-markets? Make a content list for each sub-market. Write a script for each idea. Post 1 to 3 minute videos on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube Shorts, and TikTok, or long form videos on YouTube. I would actually suggest you start off with YouTube, because the people who watch videos on YouTube are more likely to buy stuff from you. All right, because you have more time with them to build a proper relationship. So like 5 to 10 minute videos, 20 minute videos, people are going to watch it if it's genuinely valuable. And then you're going to send people to a free resource only a potential customer would want, like an ebook. So who would want an ebook for low calorie meals for losing weight? Someone who wants to lose weight. And that is a potential customer. So you're going to either send people to a free resource, or you're going to directly tell them to message you if they want to work with you. And this way you're going to gather their emails, or they're going to text you, and then you're going to push for a sale on a video call like we've seen, or you're going to get a sale through emails or directly through messages, like the Instagram messages that you might be getting at this point. So the unbreakable rule of content creation, and when you start content creation, these are the mistakes you're going to make, because everyone makes them and you're not different. Everybody makes them. So unbreakable rule: you are only the guide in someone else's story. It is not about you. You are not the hero. The viewer is the hero. You get to be the guide. You get to be the guy who is helping the hero get to the hero's destination, or get the hero what he wants. You are just the guide. Absolutely never make it about you. Content creation will not work for you if you mess this up. Do not make funny content, just expert information that solves the problem of the viewer or that works. For example, this is expert information that only someone who knows music production would be able to teach to someone who is trying to learn music production. And that's how you get sales. Now, if you make me laugh, sure, I'm going to laugh, but I'm not going to look at you as an expert. And that's not going to lead to a sale. And the biggest mistake people make is that they make it about themselves. You're not going to get on a fitness video and talk about yourself. No one is there for you. People are watching your videos to get what they want through you. So why would I be watching this video? If I wanted to learn what EQing is in music production, so it's about me, right? But he gets to be the guy who gives that to me. And that makes me look at him as an expert. Now, if he started talking about himself, I would just not watch that video, because I'm not there for that. No viewer is. You have to understand this stuff. Instead of thinking, this is what I want you to care about, so I feel great, think, this is what I think you care about, and I know I have the expertise to give it to you, so you get what you want. If you just do this, content creation will work for you. This is what I think you care about, and I know I have the expertise to give it to you, so you get what you want. So all those English learning videos, right? If those videos, instead of me teaching them English, if it was me bragging about how I learned English and like my family story and what I eat for breakfast, no one cares about that. Like, you're not going to get any sales from that. People are going to like you automatically if you just give them massive value. You will make it about you only if it is necessary to serve the viewer better. Only saying information you have to say to build trust and to be viewed as an expert, so that the viewer actually watches and believes that you can help them. For example, I told you relevant information about myself in the beginning of this course, but I did not tell you what my diet is. But if this was a course on how to lose weight, I would have to talk about that, and I would have to show you my physique first. So ask yourself, what information about myself is relevant to the viewer or customer avatar? Only say that. The viewer is not watching the video because of you. Like, you're not watching this video because of me. You're watching this video because you want to learn how money works. And I just happen to be the guy who can tell you that. They're watching the video for themselves and their own benefit, and they need to believe you are the guy who can give them what they want. Like, that's the foundation. Like, that's the basic principle of content creation. If you mess this up, no one's going to watch your videos. So how did I get 5 million views in one video? Specifically just giving people what they want. So what I saw is a lot of people don't know how to speak English and they want to learn from the very basics. So I made a 9-hour course where I taught them English from like the absolute most basic level. And I taught them to a point where they can now speak in English, they can write, and they can speak. But then this course worked as a very natural upsell to a complete English learning course. Like, hey, this is everything I could teach you in 9 hours. If you want to get to that next stage, I have a $50 product. 5 million people watched it, over 200,000 likes. And from this one video alone, I got like 200,000 subscribers. Again, you just have to outgive your competition. So mistakes people commonly make. Yoga instructor. So I had a yoga instructor on my friend list, and this yoga instructor, he would constantly post pictures of himself with his friends, what he had for breakfast, and none of those would lead to a sale because he's trying to make it about himself. He is making this mistake. This is what I want you to care about, so I feel great, right? If you do that, you're not going to get any customers. I used to go to this gym, and one of the gym instructors there wanted to do a promotion for their gym. And what they did is they took a bunch of pictures like this showing their muscles, and that was the post. And they thought that that would get them customers. That is not going to get you customers. Like essentially this guy was making the same mistake. Again, as humans, your base intuition tells you that's your ego. That is kind of what you evolved for. But he was making the same mistake. This is what I want you to care about, so I feel great. He wanted people to compliment him on his amazing physique, but that's not going to get you customers. That might get you some compliments, won't make you any money. So what type of content could they make? Here's a 2-minute yoga session to do at home to reduce stress. This has nothing to do with the yoga instructor. They simply get to be the guide to someone else's journey. Someone else who is stressed, they just get to be the instructor who gives them a 2-minute yoga session practice to do that immediately reduces their stress. So another video might be do this breathing exercise to feel calmer right now and get rid of your anxiety. And if this yoga instructor kept doing that, he or she could then at the very end of the video say what? By the way, I have a coaching program if you want to join and feel great, be more flexible, be calmer. I can only take 10 people right now. Feel free to sign up. It's online. It might be online. Things you need to buy to start yoga from today. Has nothing to do with the yoga instructor, everything to do with the person being served. This person just gets to be the expert. Yoga exercises to increase flexibility for women after pregnancy. Who would watch that video? Women after pregnancy trying to get their old physique back, trying to get back in shape, feel great again. These types of content, I hope you understand now, these types of videos will lead to a sale. And I gave a note here for short form content. Visual proof of expertise is enough. Do not start with an introduction in short form content. People just don't have the time. I'm going to give you a script in a little bit, but you're not going to say, hey, my name is this, I'm a fitness instructor. No one wants to hear that. You're going to start off with the benefit to the viewer, and we're going to learn that in a bit. So really what's happening here when people just start posting pictures of themselves is they want people to like them. And there actually is a right way to get people to like you. Well, this is the wrong way, and this is what everyone does. People ask first. You ask people to buy something you sell. And why doesn't that work? Because the purchase decision happens before the sale, right? People make the decision to buy something before they actually buy it. So if you ask them first and they don't really know who you are, they're not going to feel safe with the purchase decision. So you're not going to ask first. And no value. You post pictures of yourself and your friends. Like no one cares about that stuff other than, not really even your friends. The right way to get people to like you is this. Give them what they want and you keep giving them. Like that's it. And then maybe if you really have to, post a photo of yourself after you have already given a lot of value. So case in point, I post videos like this all the time on English Bully that teaches people English and I serve them. It has like 1.5 thousand shares. 13,000 reacts. This is one of the comments under the video. I learned English from him by watching his YouTube videos. I will pray for him for the rest of my life so that I can learn English. Thank you, bro, for teaching us through your videos, right? So through giving them what they already want, they like me. And by they, I mean my potential customers or my audience. And after the value has already been given, I posted a picture like, hey, English Bully's YouTube channel just hit 255,000 subscribers from 5 videos only. And this picture had like over 5,000 reacts. Why? Because this happened. Oh, this guy gives me what I want all the time. So I like this guy. He posted a photo, so I will like this photo. Does that make sense? But if I just posted this photo at the beginning, people don't have any emotional connection built up with the face in the photo. And you only get to build that emotional connection up by giving and outserving everyone else in your marketplace. Do not put the cart before the horse. This looks unnatural. This looks normal. This makes sense. This doesn't make any sense at all. This wouldn't work. Do not put the cart before the horse. Things need to happen in the right sequence, or else content creation or brand building does not work. What does giving value look like? Things to do to speak English at home. Initially, when I started making videos, these are the types of videos I was making. Like, oh, do these things to learn English at home. And then I would give very basic advice. Practice speaking English with your friend. Watch English TV shows. Read English books. Anyone can say stuff like this. You don't need to be an expert to say general basic stuff. But then I moved on to specific actionable advice, and that's when I started seeing results with my content creation. Watch this video and you will know how to speak English. All right? So it went from things you can do on your own to, hey, watch this video and I'm going to teach you how you can speak English. Things to do if you have back pain. Oh, do stretches, go on walks, general basic advice. However, if you make a video like this and if you're a chiropractor, this would work. Do these exact 5 exercises at home to reduce your back pain. Is popping your back good for you? Just opinion. 5 safe ways to pop your back. And what happens when you pop your back? Like, what makes that sound? Like, that could be expert information. So show, don't tell. Specific guidelines instead of general broad opinions. All right? So important. And I hope by this point you know this. You making money has nothing to do with what you want, or even you making content. It has everything to do with what people want. You just get to be the expert or the problem solver who gets to give people what they want. And the amount of money you get to charge is a lot lower than the value of the problem being solved to the person. We already learned this stuff. So I see this with artists a lot where they're like, oh, I want you to care about my art. But that's not how it works. People care about what they care about. You just get to give them what they want. So there's a guy on YouTube, Brad Colbo, and he makes really good content that serves artists. Like, he gives out reviews on art products and like the latest devices and electronic gadgets out in the arts and crafts space, new softwares that you can use like Procreate. And then he also has a course. Why does he have a course? Maybe he doesn't want to have a course, but people want to learn how to draw. And how does making money work? It has nothing to do with what you want. It has everything to do with what people are willing to pay for, right? So there are plenty of people, like he's selling this Procreate course for $15, and 50,000 students have done it over 5 years. That's a lot of money. 50,000 into $15. So he's made around $750,000 just from this product. And if you're an artist and you're struggling to make money, that's mostly because no one ever made you watch a video like this. All right? Where it's not about you. Like, making money is not about you. It's about serving other people, and you just get to be the guy who gets to do it, like who's competent enough to do it, right? Like Brad Colbo, I hope I'm not butchering that name, but like he's a good enough artist to teach other people how they can draw too. And that is what people care about, and that's what he gets to give them. So the 2 content types, short form and long form. So the long form stuff might really be anything that's 15 minutes long to 30 to 1 hour to 10 hour long videos. And the short form stuff is like 2 to 3 minute videos. You're trying to help someone as much as you possibly can in a reel, but that's about it. Long form stuff builds out your brand way more than short form stuff. And the entire point of making these short videos is to then make people watch your long stuff. Okay, because that's really where you get to build a proper relationship with people. So for a plastic surgeon, a short form content idea might be post-operation experience of getting a nose job. Like, hey, if you're thinking about getting a nose job, this is what happens after you get one. Like, you have to do this, you have to take these pills. That could be a short form piece of content. Long form might be your complete guide to getting your first nose job, where he explains the whole process so someone feels safe. And who would watch that video? Someone thinking about getting a nose job, right? So that would lead to sales. 5 exercises to reduce back pain quickly at home. Short form content for a chiropractor. Long form might be do this 20-minute exercise routine to reduce joint pain from a professional chiropractor. If you are in fitness, your short form content might look like this. What I eat to stay lean and have abs. But your long form might look like this. Full shred weight loss diet plus shopping list plus PDF. And people will click on that, right? And then you could give that PDF away for their email and then sell stuff. If you are a dating coach, my 5 best pickup lines to try at a park. And your long form content would be free pickup course from shy guy to super confident. You would really have to give value, and then people would like you and trust you. Like, oh my God, dude, I didn't know that. Thank you. So an easy way to think about real value proposition is who will watch this, what problem do they actually have, what do they actually care about, and not what everyone else is doing. For example, Bangladesh's English teaching market videos. So when I entered the market, what I saw other people doing is they would make entertaining English learning content. But people are not watching English learning content to be entertained. They're watching English learning content because they don't speak English and they want to learn English, right? Like that's why they're watching English learning videos. And that is when I decided to make this video, right? It's like, oh, what do they actually want? They want to learn English. I'll make a video that actually teaches them English. And then it blew up. And then I gave them even more value underneath the video. So I gave them a free 323-page PDF that they could download. And this is what you call giving value. So giving lazy value is the key reason why people don't get views or build a solid brand. Like people just don't want to work too hard on helping people or serving people. All right, you really have to genuinely make videos that someone is benefited by, even if they don't buy anything from you. And funny enough, that's the best way to get people to buy stuff from you. A brand of giving more than everyone is a brand that makes a lot of money. Have that in your head. A brand of giving more than everyone is a brand that makes a lot of money. All right, so I've given you an exact script you can follow that I know works. This is tested. Okay, if you just follow this, you're gonna start getting views. So you're gonna start off with visual cues that immediately tell the viewer what your video might be about. So if it's a fitness video, you're probably gonna start off with a tank top and with your muscles out. So anyone seeing that video will know this is a fitness video. If you're a yoga instructor, you're gonna sit on a yoga mat, and anyone seeing that video instantly, in less than a second, knows that this is a yoga video. My English teaching videos, anyone instantly knows this is an English teaching video, right? Because like it says this is an English writing video or spoken English, and I'm sitting on a table with books behind me. Like people can immediately tell this is an educational video. You need to have that. So you're gonna start off with a visual cue that tells people exactly what this might be about. Then the first sentence out of your mouth should be exactly what the benefit is that the viewer will get from your video. So we already saw this, right? Like here's a 2-minute yoga session you can do at home to reduce your stress. That would be the first sentence out of your mouth. And then you immediately start giving them value. You don't waste their time. Immediately show them the exercise. And then you end with, for more videos like this where I give you dash, follow my Instagram or me. Or you can end with, to get a PDF or a 15-minute complete guide to chiropractic procedures. A 15-minute complete guide to getting started at the gym, right? Go to this link below my YouTube video. Then you're going to take people over to your website and get their emails. Or click the link in bio, you can say that, or comment back pain or nose job. So if you're a chiropractor, you're going to say comment back pain and I'll send you a PDF. And you can do that with a software called ManyChat, and that is what influencers do. So again, we're not going to say our name or qualifications on short form content. You can towards the very end after value has already been provided. Visual cues are enough for people to trust you. I don't have to start off every English learning video telling people my name and telling them for how long I've been teaching English. I just have to show them I can teach English because they have a very limited time span for short form content. So here's an example of a video script. The visual would be a chiropractor in medical clothing sitting on a sofa holding 3 of his fingers up. And then he would say, do these 3 exercises on a sofa to reduce your back pain immediately. So people already know exactly what they're going to get out of the video. And then he's going to immediately show them what those exercises are for the first one, for the second one, for the third one. And then at the end, after value has already been provided and people trust you and like you and got value from you, you can say, let me know if you already feel better in the comments. For daily stretching videos that keep your body feeling good, follow me on Instagram. Or for a complete PDF for exercises to do at home to reduce back pain, go to this link. If anyone follows through and actually gets benefited, they will like you more than 1,000 words said. That's how you make content. And now, how do you get your first client? Well, first you have to post content, right? On your Facebook or your YouTube. And then you're going to do cold DMs. So this is a message that I sent to a client who later ended up paying me $150 for an hour of my time for a content strategy session. Okay, so you're gonna DM a lot of people and you're gonna say, hey, I just started this YouTube thing. I'm already posting videos and I built a program out and I am taking the first batch for free. Would you like to join my coaching services? And I can guarantee you I'll do everything I can to get you in shape, right? And it's free. All I need is a testimonial. So then you're going to get them in on a coaching program. Maybe it's going to be 2-3 months. and you're going to build out all the sheets and PDFs through this process. By the end of the 3 months, you will not only have testimonials, you're also going to have a program built out that you can then use to get paying clients. So give your service to people for free, make your service or program good by doing so, and then you're going to collect testimonial videos and pictures, which you can show to get paying clients later. Keep posting and growing your audience and learn skills every day to get better and build out a great product over time. How do you do this? The way you do this is through this process. You're going to make an attempt and then it might fail. Or even if it doesn't fail, you get some positive feedback. You're going to learn from that feedback. Why did it fail? How could I have made it better? What do I have to learn to make this better? And then you're going to learn some new stuff and you're going to make another attempt with new adjustments, right? So it's going to be better than before. And then you're going to make another attempt based on the learnings from the second attempt. So the way it works is you take the right information, like a video like this is the right information. And then after you watch a video like this, you're going to start something. And then when you start something, you're going to learn a lot of things and a lot of attempts are not going to work. But you're going to learn from that attempt. You're like, where did I go wrong? You're going to be like, I don't really know a lot about that. Then you're going to learn some stuff. And you're going to make a better attempt. And this attempt is going to be better than the last one. There are going to be some stuff that you're like, I could have done a bit better here and there. I have to learn more stuff. And you're going to learn some more stuff and you're going to make a better attempt. And over time, you just get really, really good. All right, so I'm going to show you proof of this. So this is what my videos used to look like. And they used to look a lot worse. Like if I keep scrolling back, they used to look terrible. Yeah, like terrible, right? Like just me standing in a room talking. But then I kept doing the thing that I just told you. And then over time, I'm like, all right, so if I share a slide, it's easier to teach. And then if I screen record, and then if I have this system, it's just way easier to communicate. And then over time, like the videos look much better. Like they just look way better now. So like over time, you're just going to build out a system. And again, that system, your system is going to look very different from mine because you're going to be learning different things. You learn everything the same way you learn a musical instrument or how you learn to ride a bike. Like you can have all the theory in the world, like from this video, you're gonna get the right information and you can get all the right information on how to ride a bike, but none of that's gonna work if you don't get on a bike. So the best way to learn business is to now start a business or to start these things that I'm telling you about. The learning happens on the way. And then you're gonna play the money RPG game over time and learn relevant skills to get to the next level. So let's suppose you are in fitness. So at level 1, what you're gonna do is you're going to make videos on your phone. Why? Because you don't have a camera. You don't really have a setup. You're just going to make some videos on your phone and they're not going to look good at all. But you're going to do your best to still get value and get a few clients. And you're going to build out a program. This might be level 1 for you. And after you do this, you get to go to level 2. Like you get to unlock this door and you get to go to level 2. And level 2 might be get your first paying clients, learn video editing and scripting, and make the program better. And now you have some money, right? And this money will allow you to get to level 3. Here, you're going to make a website. You've never made one before. You're going to learn all this stuff. You're going to do some coaching programs. You're going to learn how to make a course. You're going to learn how to run ads. You're going to get an LLC and a Stripe. You're going to get your company incorporated so you can have a payment system for your website. And there are videos on all this stuff online. And at this point, you're going to have even more money saved up from the clients that you're serving and from building up your brand. And you're going to have like a proper video making setup at this point. And then level 4 might be building an email list, learning email marketing, learning copywriting. And then level 5 might be scaling with ads. Or starting a product business. At this stage, you already know the game. You already know how to play the guitar. And you have enough money from playing guitar to buy an expensive guitar. Like that's the way you should think about this. It works in steps. So if someone starts with coaching programs in fitness, he would have a lot of money by level 4, like a lot of money. And then he could start his own product business, like his own supplement line from the money that he has. But he already understands business and marketing and like how to run ads and stuff like that. But all of that happens later, right? Like we saw this with Ethan Davis. Like if he only gets 10 sales on his coaching program, he can make $150,000 a month. And if he saves up for a year, he would have well over $1 million. And with $1 million, he could start some form of a product business. Okay. Like, does that make sense? With beauty, it would work the exact same way. You're going to start making videos with whatever you have. So again, like these first videos that I was making, I was shooting them on my ex-girlfriend's phone. Like she was nice enough to like let me use her phone because my phone sucked, right? I was broke. So like you're going to start with whatever you have and you're just going to get the ball rolling because over time you just make more money. Does that make sense? Tech skills, same thing. If you learn email marketing, you're going to start sending out messages to people like, hey, I learned email marketing. I know I can help. Like, hey, I know I can increase your conversion rates. And then you get a few clients and you start making money. Then you start posting videos. You just get the ball rolling. Education, same. Like the thing I did with English Bully is how you grow any education business. And then later, again, level 5 is where I would suggest everyone start a product business because that's where real risk is involved. Here, like unless you do something really stupid, I don't see why you should ever be incurring losses. Like the plan that I've given out, it's a zero risk plan. So legal disclaimer, the information in this video has specifically advised you to not take any type of financial risk. I think I've made it clear that it's a skill issue. You just have to develop a skill. Remember that wall? That gets you high up enough on a wall till where people would pay to get up that wall or get you to do something for them. And over time, you will have a system like this installed in your business. And this is basically digital marketing. Okay, so you have a website and you send people qualified, relevant traffic to your website, right? From Google ads or like SEO, some Facebook ads or organic content, which we covered. These are all things you're going to learn at like level 3, level 4, once you already are making money. And you're going to send people over to your website for a free PDF and you're going to retarget those people with ads or with email sequence and you're going to get more sales. And you could be booking appointments if you're doing one-to-one coachings, or if you have a digital product like Ethan Davis does, then you wouldn't do this. You would directly get sales from your website. You would just keep building this up and you would have an automated business that generates money. What is work or productivity? The highest leverage activity at any given moment, or simply the actions most likely to get you closest to your goals or change your life. Work isn't randomly designing something or typing stuff up on your laptop. Okay, it's like, what are the highest leverage activities that I can do right now to get a sale and make money? So initially for you, it's going to be sitting in a room working. It's not going to be, joining social groups and hanging out with other business owners. Initially, you don't really have a skill. You're just going to be sitting down and learning this stuff. Doing courses and learning skills every day. Posting content and editing it. Building out your product or service or signing up for affiliate links. Like this is pretty much what work is going to look like for you at the very beginning. Like that is work. And what people confuse this for, again, because humans evolved for social status and not financial status or logical thinking. What you're going to see people do is they're going to start wearing suits. They're going to start sharing money quotes. They're going to start going to business networking events. Who are you going to network with if you don't have any skills? You can network with people once you already have skills. Like if I go to a networking event and I know digital marketing really well, I might meet a guy who needs my services and then we might network and start working together. But if I don't have any skills first, why would he want to spend time with me? Does that make sense? Like I wouldn't be able to help him. The biggest mistakes you will make when you start, thinking there's a shortcut. You are going to think this, but there isn't. Like you genuinely need to get the ball rolling at something and then you need to learn all of these things over time. Email marketing, websites, and all this stuff. There isn't a shortcut to the top because there can't be. Like people who make money they actually know this stuff. Not learning from the best or doing courses or developing skills. Asking friends for advice. Like don't ask your friends for advice because if your friends knew, they would be way more successful than they are. Only listen to like really successful people. So like in my case, like just look at me as someone pointing you in the right direction. The guy who's the best at email marketing, if you want to learn email marketing, learn from him. If you are starting an agency, learn from a guy who already has a very good agency. If you're going to start a coaching business, learn from a guy who already started a really good coaching business. Like I know how to start a really good coaching business, like the entire funnel. Hiring people for roles you don't understand or hiring anyone at all. So the reason why you shouldn't hire anyone at the beginning, because you don't really know what makes money in your business yet. All right. The reason people hire for roles initially is they think, oh, I'm just going to get someone to build a website so I don't have to learn how to do this stuff. But this is like the absolute basics. You have to learn this stuff or else your business isn't going to work. Like Facebook ads is literally what makes or breaks your business. You need to know how Facebook ads work. Even if later you work with an agency, you need to understand what they're doing. All right. Hiring people when you start your business. So basically, if you ask this question, so if you just bought a guitar, and you learned some basic chords, right? And now you want to start a band. Who do you think would want to start a band with you? Do you think world-class musicians would want to start a band with you? Or do you think other amateur musicians who are just as terrible as you are at this point would want to start a band with you? Other amateur musicians, right? Like the guy who can barely sing, the guy who can barely play the drums, the guy who can barely produce music. These are the people you would have access to. Similarly, when you just start a business and you yourself don't know what you're doing, who do you think would want to work with you? Other people who don't know what they're doing. All right. So these aren't even high-skilled employees. If they were, you wouldn't be able to afford them. All right. So initially, you kind of just have to learn everything and do things yourself. You just have to become a very competent person at business. There's no shortcuts around this. Not understanding that business is a learned skill and not an identity or ego issue. Okay, so business has nothing to do with which family you were born in or like what type of blood you have. Like a lot of people are like, oh, in our family, you know, like no, it has nothing to do with that. If you're going to learn guitar, you're going to sit down and you're going to do a lot of this. And then you're going to learn basic music theory. Then you're going to have to learn chords. You're going to have to learn triads. You're going to have to learn the pentatonic scale. None of this is genetically transferred from your parents. It's a skill. And anyone can learn a skill. All right. So business is just a skill. It has nothing to do with your identity. You sit down in a room and you learn this stuff. Hanging out with other business owners for no reason and identifying as entrepreneurs, you know, like putting on a suit, posting all this fancy garbage online. Like it's not the mindset, like, oh, the mindset, the grind set and stuff like that. Like, dude, shut up and just work, right? Like just work, because the work is going to get you everything. None of that, like the posturing stuff doesn't really actually get anything done. So trying to show people you're very busy about that business life. Oh, we're making moves. Oh, we just started an agency. We just did this. We just did that. It's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. Like just do the work and you make a lot of money. I know a guy who has a web development agency and he doesn't know how to develop websites, right? And we're going to talk about that, because another very big mistake you're going to make is you will want to start businesses that sound cool and will make you seem higher status to your friends and family. And that is why you started that business, even though you don't know anything about that business, right? So a lot of people will start businesses like a tech startup. And this guy doesn't know how to code or doesn't even know how a website works, but he will start a tech startup, an AI startup. And the reason why people do that is, again, human beings evolved to adapt for social status, not logical thinking. However, to make money, you need logical thinking, all right? So what they do is they'll say, oh, I run an AI tech startup, because it just makes them seem cooler, even though they don't know what they're talking about. It just makes them seem cooler to their friends and family. But when you really start making money, it has nothing to do with your friends and family. They're irrelevant. What matters is the customer, because the customer gives you money. All right? So you can say stuff like that, but it's not going to make you any money, and you're going to have a business that fails. Like the guy that I told you about, runs a web development agency. He doesn't know how websites work. How is he even going to hire people for his web development agency when he doesn't even know what a website is for? He doesn't even know, like, oh, you're supposed to track people who come to a website so then you can later target them with ads. If you don't have any skills, initially you're just going to sit down in a room by yourself and do a lot of courses because you don't know what you're talking about, and that's fine. All right, new business idea or launching 10 different businesses or products. If you understood how much work it takes just to make one business work properly, you would understand why this is a stupid idea. Like, this just can't work. This cannot work. All right, so you can't have a new business idea at the beginning. Why? Because again, it's like I'm going to invent a new style of playing guitar, but I've never even held a guitar before. Or launching 10 different businesses or products. Why? Because it doesn't work that way. We saw that with KFC, right? It's just one product, one funnel, one system, and you make that work, and then you can scale it, and then you can sell it. And one business, we saw this with the Ethan Davis example. Just that one business could be making him $150,000 a month if people are enrolling into his music production course. All right, and finally, the mindset you need for success. Basically, it all boils down to this. So this mindset is what worked for me, And this is the same mindset that I saw in every single successful person that I've been studying. So instead of thinking, can the person I am today do this? The required mindset is, who do I need to become to get the job done? And this is completely different because this forces you out of you settling for the lesser version of yourself that you are today. Like, who do I need to become who gets the job done? What does that person know? How does that person think? How competent is that version of me? What skills does that version of me have? So essentially, all of this works the way that the hero's journey works. I don't know if you're familiar with the story, but essentially it works this way. So there's a farmer's boy, and every morning he wakes up super terrified because there's a dragon that often flies over the kingdom, and he's scared that what if this dragon harms his family or just takes everyone out? Now, at this point, he doesn't have the resources or the competence or the skill or the connections to defeat this dragon. So what he decides to do is join the military. Like, that's the best thing he can do right now. Like, he can't go and defeat the dragon, but what's the smallest step that he can take today? He can join the military. So he joins the military, and he very quickly realizes that he doesn't know how to do anything. He doesn't really know how to fight with swords, doesn't know what to do with the shield. Like, he's learning so many things, and he is very frustrated. Over time, he becomes a very good soldier and gets a few promotions. Now, he still hasn't defeated the dragon. And over many years, he becomes the general for the king. And then one day, the king becomes very sick and the king passes away, but the king doesn't have any heirs. So he just decides to write everything over to him. And now you might say he got lucky, but he didn't get lucky. This is simply a compounding effect of a decision he took all those years ago. And then he kept getting better and better. And then over time, he built more relationships, became more competent, and then luck happened. And he basically got ownership of the entire kingdom. Now he has an entire army, and he finally takes his whole army to go defeat the dragon. And then after a fierce battle, he finally defeats the dragon. Now, the man he was years ago did not have the capability, the resources, the connections, the respect, or the status, or anything to defeat that dragon, to have the resources he would need to defeat the dragon. But he took the smallest step he possibly could today, and then he got the ball rolling, and he tried to do his best at every turn. He learned all the skills that he didn't like learning, but he had to learn them anyway, and he did what he needed to do, not what he liked to do. And then over time, luck happened, and he finally had the resources to get the job done. All right? And by the time he got the job done, he just fundamentally wasn't even himself. Wasn't like this smaller version of himself that he is glad he didn't settle for, right? Like, he put himself through the hardship. He put himself through whatever he had to put himself through to become the guy he is, who finally defeats the dragon. Like, that's fundamentally, really, as cheesy as this sounds, that's fundamentally how money works. And I think because people are trying to sell things quickly or sell a dream, you think it's not going to be this way, but it is this way. And I hope I've explained it clearly why it can't be any other way. Because if there was an easy way to make money, everyone would do it. And if everyone does it, then someone would start reducing the price, and then it would basically go down to nothing, and then no one would make any money doing that thing, right? So there needs to be a hurdle of difficulty. And because of what human nature is, people don't want to do difficult things. But if you do difficult things, you get to get over the hurdle, like that wall, and then people are going to pay you because you know how to do something valuable. Okay, so you're going to have to learn stuff. You're going to have to learn a lot of things. So how do you learn? I've been teaching for the last 9-ish years, and I didn't want to be a lousy teacher, so I actually looked into everything on how people learn. So the first step is you start the thing, and you're going to learn on the way. So first you try to learn something new, and you realize, oh man, this is hard. And then you have to keep doing it till it feels easy. And then you move on to the next thing. And then again, you're like, oh man, this is super hard. But then you have to do it till it's easy. And then you move on to the next one. And then you move on to the next thing that you have to learn. And all the successful people that I've studied, they kept doing this for a lifetime. So when I was a kid and I went to school, and in school they taught us how to draw, all the kids were taught, including me, how to draw a tree, an apple, and a house, right? So I learned how to draw a tree, an apple, and a house, and everyone else learned how to draw that stuff too. But then I came home and I tried to draw cartoon characters. Like, all right, I know how to draw this stuff. I want to draw like some Dragon Ball Z cartoons. I want to learn some Cartoon Network characters, right? But I was already one step ahead of everyone else. And then I wanted to learn how to paint stuff. So I bought some colors and I learned how to do pastel color painting and watercolor painting. Then I bought a few human anatomy books, like for artists, and then I started learning that stuff. And then I learned values and shading and contrasts. Then I learned perspective, and then I learned some landscape. And I stopped at this point. Now, an artist who kept on learning in this way, and if that artist didn't stop, he would be a lot better than I am. Right? So there are artists who then learn architecture. Like they actually just read architecture books. And then they do like very advanced courses on YouTube and they actually follow through and they pay a lot of money to do that stuff. And I never went to that stage. But with what I have learned, I was able to draw stuff like this. So these are my artworks. Now, what people get wrong about this is they think that any of this is talent. The reason I am able to like draw this girl is because I studied human anatomy, like the basics of it. And then scene composition and perspective, right? And then like dynamic postures. And these are things that I've just done every day. Like I would just draw every single day as a kid. However, I stopped here. But if I kept doing this, I would have been a lot better, like a lot better. If I kept on moving to the next thing, like, oh, this is difficult, I didn't do it before, but keep doing it till it's easy. And you're like, oh, this is kind of easy, huh? I think I have the hang of this now. And then you move on to the next thing. But this is how you learn anything in life. And this is what it's supposed to feel like. And at every step, what you're supposed to tell yourself is, oh, this is hard, but I'm going to learn it anyway because I know other people are lazy and they're not going to do this. But if I do this, I get to get ahead. That's how money works. So that's why more and more people are going to pick me. And that's kind of how it works. So now, identity, ego, and imposter syndrome. So here's a quote that I really like from Alex Hormozi. And this is someone you guys should be following on the internet because he makes business content and he's someone that I learned from. And a lot of stuff that I do implement in my business, I learned from him. So you don't become confident by shouting affirmations in the mirror, but by having a stack of undeniable proof that you are who you say you are, outwork your self-doubt. What that really means is most people have an identity based on nothing other than an inflated ego. All right? The way you really form identities is through doing something. Like I can tell people like, hey, I am an artist because I do draw and I have done this professionally. Like I was paid to do these artworks for a restaurant. So I can tell people like, yeah, one of my identities is I'm an artist, right? But that isn't something I believe or think of myself. It's something I've done. You can tell everyone you're an honest person, but if you lie all the time, you're a liar, right? So you may not be a content creator today or a business owner today or identify as such, but if you make 100 videos for Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube, you are now by definition a content creator. Like, does that make sense? Even if you tell people, I'm not a content creator, if you make content for YouTube, you are by definition a content creator. So identity has everything to do with doing. Not saying or how you feel about yourself, how you want others to think about you. If you just do the thing, you become the thing. Like that's how identities work. So most people have identities based on absolutely no evidence, just an inflated sense of the self or the ego. And that's actually how we evolved. So it's normal for us to have that. But what you have to understand is thinking that way isn't going to really get you very far. Like you have to frequently self-audit, like, oh, I really suck at this. I'm not as incredible as I thought I was. And that's fine because that's my starting point and now I can get good. So how do you become confident? Confidence comes through competence at a certain skill. No one is confident at everything, only things they have done enough times to be good at. Anyone claiming to be confident at everything is delusional. So when people are like, I just want to be confident. So then the question is, what do you want to be confident in? Like, do you want to be a confident English teacher? Right? But then you'd have to teach English for a while. Do you want to be a confident communicator? Then you would have to have communicated for a long time. And you would have had to read a lot of books. So theory plus application plus feedback plus learning over time. Like that's how you get confident or competent at anything. I've been doing digital marketing for years now, so I know what I'm talking about. But if you ask me about chemistry, I don't really know much about chemistry at all. So I can't be confident at that. Like, you know what I mean? Like you can be confident at certain things that you're good at. All right. Now, this is very important. The foundation of building discipline. So I hope by this point you understand you're gonna need discipline if you're gonna do this. So the way you build discipline is compare yourself with where you were yesterday, not where someone else is today. And this is from Jordan Peterson's book, 12 Rules for Life. And that book fundamentally changed my life. This is pretty much how you do anything. So you take the smallest step you can take, and you don't compare yourself with where someone else is today, because you don't really know their story. You just know where you are and what you can do. And what you can do at any moment, really, when you're starting, is nothing that grand. Like if you want to learn the guitar, your first step is literally going to be sitting on a couch and practicing. It's not going to be anything fancy like playing on a stage. It's not going to be like that. It's going to be very boring and nothing grand. So this is how discipline is built. Let's suppose you want to start going to the gym. This is you and this is your friend. So neither you nor your friend have ever been to the gym, right? But you want to start going to the gym. So what you do is you take the first step. So the first step might be you watched a video on YouTube telling you how to get started with going to the gym. And then you watched that video, and then you watched a few more videos, and then you signed up for a gym, and then you went to the gym for one day, and the next day you didn't go to the gym anymore because your whole body hurts and you just stopped going to the gym. Okay, so you fell back and now you're here again. Now to the untrained eye, and how most people are going to see you and your friend, is that both of you are on the same level. However, for your friend to go to where you are today, he would have to also do this and fall back. When you're building discipline from the outside, it looks like nothing is happening, right? Like even though from the outside it looks like you and your friend are on the same level, really you're ahead of your friend because you actually watched a lot of videos on fitness. Now you know how to get started with going to the gym. You've actually signed up for a gym. You have tried out some of the equipment, and you've learned that, oh, your body hurts after you go to the gym, and now you've stopped going to the gym. But for your friend to start, he would also have to do all of that, right? So then a week goes by and you're like, you know what? I'm going to go to the gym for real this time. So then you again go to the gym and you work out. And then the next day your body hurts a little less. You go there again, you go there again, you go there again. And then your exams or something comes up, you stop going. And you fall back and you don't go to the gym again for a few months. Again, from the outside looking in, it's like nothing's happening. And then you're like, you know what? I'm going to go to the gym again. You buy another membership. And this time you go to the gym for 3 months straight. And for anyone who's gone to the gym, for your first 3 months, you're really not going to see a lot of difference at all. So you went there for 3 months and you fall back again. You just don't go because you need to get a job or something. And then 6 months later, you make a decision. I'm going to stick with going to the gym. You do go to the gym. You work out for like a year and a half straight. And now you finally have a really good physique. And anyone looking at you can tell you go to the gym. When people see you here, they think all they have to do to get to where you are is do this. What they don't realize is for them to get to where you are, they have to do this, right? Like they have to do a lot of this, and then they're gonna be over here. Okay, so that's how progress works. And that is what it's supposed to look like. You're gonna start something, you're gonna feel terrible, you're gonna stop, but you already learned a lot. Like you watched a video like this, your friend who's not even thinking about making money, they didn't even watch a video like this. Like even if you don't take action tomorrow, which you should, but even if you don't, you're still ahead of someone who didn't even watch a video like this, right? But then you start an agency and you just don't get clients for some reason. But even that is not failure because you would learn how to build a website, or maybe you did a bunch of courses, everything that someone who never even started doesn't even know about, okay? But this is what the journey looks like. You just keep falling, but every time you learn a lot more till you finally get it right. So discipline is built by falling forward. Progress works the same way, by falling forward till you no longer fall. Stick with it. It seems like nothing is happening from the outside when building discipline or habits. These are things you should really know. All right, so all successful people I have studied control what is in their control. So things out of your control. The weather, out of your control. Politics, out of your control. You getting a job is out of your control. You preparing yourself for a job is in your control, but whether or not you're going to get it is out of your control. Other people are out of your control, and pretty much everything on this planet is out of your control. So if you focus on these things, you are going to complain a lot, because complaining essentially means you don't know what to do and you're helpless, and you're only helpless is because you're focusing on things that you can't control, and you can't control anything outside of yourself, and that's when you're going to complain. And all the successful people I've studied, they only control the things that are in their control, and the only things in your control is you, your thoughts and your actions, and nothing else. Okay, so all successful people I've studied, they only focus on this. There's always something you can do. Like there's always something you can do. Usually it is something difficult and people think they can get by without doing it. but there are no shortcuts. The right thing to do is usually the hard thing to do, the thing you don't want to do, and you're like, I don't want to do that. There's some shortcut, but really you stay in that position, years are going to go by and like nothing happens. Like I could have like blamed my parents for a lot of stuff, but what would that do? Nothing. Right? It's like, what can I do? And whatever I can do is whatever I can do. Whatever the best future can be for you is whatever can happen if you take action. Because no one can do this for you. All successful people blame themselves for everything. Every successful people that I've studied, they blame themselves for everything. So even if they get cheated on, now you might be like, oh, if I get cheated on, it's like my partner's fault. If you're a guy, like it's the girl's fault. So you're going to break up. Of course you're going to break up. But then they blame themselves for things like this. Why was I so naive that I got cheated on and I couldn't tell? What am I missing? Like, oh, how am I so naive that I don't know how to read people? What do I not know about human beings that I didn't see this coming from miles away? Does that make sense? That is what blaming yourself looks like. Like, where are my shortcomings that I couldn't see this thing coming? If you get betrayed by your friends, oh, what do I not know about human nature that this happened? I really need to study a lot of stuff. And then they'll study like everything about human psychology and everything about humans and human nature so that it doesn't happen again. Of course, they're not going to stay friends with that person anymore, but they'll blame themselves and they'll take complete accountability. Like, oh, I was so stupid. Oh, because I was stupid, I didn't see this thing coming. So now I'm going to make sure I'm not so naive anymore through studying all the things I need to about human beings so this doesn't happen again, right? An employee steals from you. So in Charlie Munger's book, The Almanac of Poor Charlie, he talks about how if you create a business where an employee can steal from you and it's a big enough business, people are going to start stealing from you. And when that happens, you're really not going to feel very good about your fellow man. So the way you prevent that is by having systems in your business that make it impossible for anyone to steal anything. So if all your payments are processed through a payment processor and not through like cash by hand, it's very hard to steal anything from you. Like if everything goes through a system, that system doesn't allow for an employee to steal from you. So if an employee steals from you, you're not going to blame the employee. Of course you're going to fire the employee, but then you're going to think, why is it possible for someone to steal from my business? It's because I have terrible systems. And then you're going to work on that. Market crashes, like in my case, I had nothing to do with that. Like this is a very big force that I didn't control. Like Bangladesh is market crashing, but then what can I do about it? I can completely shift and start a new business from scratch abroad. And then I got my first client too. Does that make sense? So it's like taking complete accountability because that's the only thing you can do. And this is what you're going to learn from every successful people. Like the biggest billionaires, millionaires, everyone, they all think like this. Yes, it happened. What can I do about it to learn from this? Like that's it. Like, you're not going to hate anyone else. If something happened to you, it's your fault. Of course, you can cut relationships, but it is your fault, whatever happens. Because if it's not, then there's nothing you can do about it and it doesn't get fixed. All right, so mindset for success. Never comparing yourself with anyone else because your starting point is not the same as anyone else. So here is why you cannot compare yourself with anybody else ever. You can only compare yourself with where you were yesterday. And the reason behind this is, let's suppose this is you and this is another guy that you're comparing yourself to, right? So this guy is in New York physically and you are in Toronto. And both of you want to get to London. Now, if you compare yourself to this guy who is in New York and you start copying what he's doing, do you think that's going to work? It's not, because he has to go this way first. But for you to go to London, you'd have to go this way first. But if you copy him, you're going to go this way. And then he's going to go this way, you're going to go this way. He's going to go this way, you're going to go this way. And then at the end, he's going to be here and you're going to be here. Like, you see what the problem is if you're comparing yourself with someone else? You just can't compare yourself with anyone else because your starting points are not the same, right? You don't know what happened to them, where they got their start. Like, you just don't know. You only know where you are, what you did, and what the next small step is that you can take. And that is the best thing you can do. Even if you're trying to get to the same destination, your path there is going to be different than someone else's. So the way you learn from other people and not compare yourself to them, the way you learn from them is you learn principles and ways of thinking, right? Like, oh, he had to learn how to drive a car to go from New York to London. Like, that's a skill. So then you're also going to learn how to drive a car. And then you're going to think, okay, now how can I get to London? And then you're going to drive all the way over there from the skill that you learned. And you saw that, oh, this person has that skill, so I'm going to learn that skill. Okay, that's how you're supposed to copy. So again, you might have the same destination, but you are going to have a different way to get there. How people copy versus how to actually copy. So this is what happens. Let's suppose this is Mr. Beast. Looks nothing like Mr. Beast, right? So he started making YouTube videos when he was like 8 years old or something. I might have that wrong, but when he was very, very young. And at first he did something, no one watched it maybe, but he learned a lot. He's like, okay, so this is how you film. I just edited my first video. I never did this before. He's not famous yet. And then he kept doing this. He kept learning more skills, like how to do video, how to post, how to upload, how to edit, all these things. And then he started iterating and testing. Like every video, he wanted to do something better the next time. He started learning from other content creators. Like, okay, what are they doing? What works for them? And then he just kept testing, and he got hundreds of reps in till he finally figured it out. And then he became famous, and he became a champion, right? Like he became really, really good. And at this point, everyone finds out about him and starts copying him. Let's copy what he is doing here. After he is finally famous and he has all the learning and skills developed from years of doing this thing. And everyone's like, what? Let's copy what he's doing here. And then they copy him, but they don't understand why his stuff works fundamentally, because they're copying the wrong part of his journey, and then it doesn't work for them. What they're supposed to copy is what he was doing here, because when you're starting, you're actually here. You're not there. So like Kanye or Ye, like he has a fashion brand, Yeezys. And the Yeezy fashion brand has these like very ominous ads. And people are going to copy that part of his ads and that part of his brand. But they don't understand that what makes the Yeezy brand work is the fact that he's Kanye. And he started all the way over here and he was finally famous and had a brand. And that's when he could build a brand like that. And that is why it works, because it's his brand. Like Travis Scott. So Travis Scott is going to take like pictures like that. And then people are going to try and copy that. But that's not why people like Travis Scott. Okay, it's because he makes music, and that took a long time and a lot of reps for him to learn. And that was very hard. All right. Same thing with Mr. Beast. And we're actually going to look at his videos. So this is Mr. Beast's first video. I just want you to look at the types of videos he was making. And at each attempt, he learned something and he made a better attempt to get to where he wants to go. And no one was watching these videos. I know like it says 500,000 views now, but when he was posting these videos, no one was watching these. Already he has like what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 reps in that someone who didn't even start doesn't have. And then he kept doing it. And then he moved on from Minecraft to Call of Duty videos. And then he tried that out. And then he went back to Minecraft. And then back to other games. He started making videos like this. How much money does Captain Sparkles make? And like how much money does PewDiePie make? And he just would keep posting random videos till he found his style. Till he had enough iterations to finally figure out what works. YouTube analytics, copyright strikes. None of these videos look like anything that resemble a modern Mr. Beast video. But he needed to get all these iterations in from like 11 years ago. Right, this was like one of his first videos that blew up, counting to 10,000 in one sitting. And at this point, he's making a little money from YouTube, and he kept making videos. All right, so this is when he starts getting into the type of content he makes now. I tipped a waitress $20,000. He's like, huh, like that works. So he kept making money from these videos, and he kept putting more money back into his videos. And then over time, he has the biggest YouTube channel in the world, right? But everything works the same way. I'll show you Warren Buffett's income over time. It all works exactly the same way. At the age of 14, 5K, and then 6K, and then 10K, 20K at age 21. At 26, 140K. So I actually made more money than Warren Buffett by age 26. In 4 years, he turned that money from 140 to $1 million. However, from the age of 30 to 32, he only went from $1 million to 1.4 million. But really, he's learning stuff. Like he's setting foundations. Because then if you look at like literally a year later, he jumped to 2.4 million. And then a year later, 3.4. And then a year later, 7 million. And then a year later, only 8 million. But again, he's setting foundations for something. Only 3 years later, 25 million, 34, 19 million. Takes a drop, but then goes from 19 million to 67 million because he understands the game very, very well. And then from 67 million, 376, from 376 to 620, from 620 to 1.4 billion. And then he just keeps going up because he understands the law of compounding effects. Like you just keep doing it and you keep building momentum into one thing, and then you get these like absurd results. Now, the reason why Warren Buffett's net worth didn't grow as fast is because he didn't have the internet growing up. Like we have covered infrastructure. The things that you can do today, you simply couldn't do before. Someone like Mr. Beast could not exist 50 years ago because the infrastructure for that wasn't possible. So when people are like, oh, he's the billionaire at 28. Yeah, he started 11 years ago and he never stopped working for that entire period of time. He just kept trying to do one thing and kept trying to get good at that one thing. Kanye, any successful person, overnight success doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. Like, what do you want to do with your life? You're going to pick one thing and then you're going to slowly get better. And the guideline I gave you, it's going to keep making you money from the very beginning. So you're going to actually have some positive feedback to want to keep doing this. The coaching plans that I gave you are like, if you don't know how to do anything, first you're going to sit down and learn a skill that people actually pay for. And then you're going to get your first free client. And that way you're going to get a testimonial and that will help you get your first paid client. You have to do this. Like, what else are you going to do? Like, that's how you take the smallest steps. But over time, those small steps keep compounding and you don't even know like where you're going to end up in. And your life just gets a lot better. All public achievements are the result of private, unseen, and unappreciated work. That's how it works. Like, people genuinely want good stuff, and to make good stuff, it's a lot of work. But if you make good stuff, you make money. Like, that's how it works. Brutally auditing where you are today, acceptance of the truth. If you don't acknowledge where you are, you can't find a way to get to your goal or destination. This is very important. Like, let's suppose you're starting today and all this time you've been hiding behind this fake identity based on ego that you've created for yourself, which is normal because everyone does that. But for you to start, you're going to have to break that. And to break that, it's going to be very earth-shattering, right? You're going to have to say, hey, I'm trying to start a business. I never did this before. So it's normal that I suck. I don't know how to speak on camera. There is a lot to learn. No, I am not good at this. My ego is leading to cope. Like, yeah, people are going to say, oh, you're terrible at this. But that's what it's like to start something. Like, one of my favorite quotes, embarrassment is the price of admission. Like, you have to be okay with getting embarrassed. Because that's kind of how you do it. Like, your first video, no one's even going to watch your first video, right? Like, no one's even thinking about you when you start. No one's even thinking about you ever. So, like, let's suppose this person doesn't even acknowledge that he's in Toronto. He's like, no, I'm actually not in Toronto. I'm here. Like, really, he's here, but he's like, no, I'm here. What's going to happen? He's not going to be able to chart out a path to get to his destination. That's why brutally auditing yourself, the truth of where you are today, is so important. And you might be cooked, like your condition might be terrible, but that's fine. That's the truth. Like, that's your starting point. So my favorite quote is this, and I think this is from Jung, but I heard Jordan Peterson say it. Most people don't find God because they don't look low enough. All right. And what does that mean? What that means is your beginning isn't going to be grand. It's going to be terrible. Like, Mr. Beast's first video wasn't like this $1 million Lamborghini or anything like that. It was just him in a room making a Minecraft video. That's all he could do with where he was. And that is all he did. Like, start with whatever you have. Again, most people don't find God because they don't look low enough. Over time, if you do the right things, you're going to have the resources to do stuff. But if you don't have the resources to do anything now, what can you do? And that is all you can do. So that is what you're going to do. Again, when I started, I didn't even have a good enough phone to make videos. And my ex-girlfriend was super sweet and she let me use her phone to make the videos. And like, that's how I made like the first videos for English Bully. And then I made enough money from that company to then buy a really good phone. So does that make sense? You're going to start with whatever you have. All successful people are producers and also consumers, because that's how it works. Like, someone who is a great football player or soccer player, he needs to eat food, right? So he's a consumer for food, but he's a producer for football entertainment. But all unsuccessful people are really just consumers. Like, they don't have their own thing going on. And these are the characteristics. So they are in the game. Like, they are in their own game. Like, Mr. Beast just does his own thing. Warren Buffett did his own thing. Sam Moulton did his own thing. Mark Zuckerberg just worked on Facebook forever. Like, that's just what he does every single day of his life. Consumers are viewers. They watch other people play. Producers, they win and lose. They might have like a failure, but not really, because we learn how there really isn't real failure. And as you develop yourself, because those are just feedback from the market that you learn from to make a better attempt. Consumers, they neither win nor lose. Well, I mean, really, they do lose because they never start anything, right? They are skilled. All producers are skilled. Again, not talented, skilled. Consumers are unskilled and they only comment on others. Producers, they pursue their own dreams every single day. Like every single day they wake up and they work on their own business, their own brand, their own thing that they're trying to accomplish. Like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, every single day he's built his brand up and he's been working on it every single day. John Cena, like, he's been in wrestling and you see him do stuff every single day. Like he's been working throughout his whole life. Consumers, they comment on others who are chasing their dreams. Producers, they have their own achievements. Consumers, the achievement of others is their own achievement. So people who talk about soccer all the time, right? It's like, oh, Messi's better than Ronaldo, or Ronaldo's better than Messi, but both Messi and Ronaldo are better than you, right? It's like, so what's the point of having these discussions? Pointless. Individual thinking ability and group thinking ability. So unfortunately, like, the issue with all unsuccessful people is they're more geared towards group thinking and trying to fit in. Even if like what they're saying doesn't make any sense, it's like, all right, I'll still kind of fit in. And you need to have individual thinking ability or else it's not going to work. Like, yeah, no one else is doing this, but this makes sense to me, so I'm going to do it anyway. Work over talk, they do things. Consumers, very opinionated. They talk about things other people do. Again, you just need to do stuff. Like Nike has the best motto of all time. Just do it. Like, because that is literally what gets you everything. Identity based on things that they have done. Again, producers have identities based on things that they have done. And consumers have identities based on where they're from, or what their family is like, or what people of their country are like, or, you know, like none of that is even true. If you just read entry-level evolutionary biology, none of that is true. It's all in their head. Identities based on groups, or how they feel about themselves, what they think about themselves, not what other people think about themselves, or not how other people should think about them. It's like just what they think about themselves. So all successful people produce things on Facebook or on social media. If you're posting content, building your brand, you're a producer. If you're just consuming stuff, you're a consumer. And this is not good for you. This isn't going to change your life. Making videos, music. Again, you can listen to music, of course, but if you're just listening to music, so you're a producer in music if you make music, and if you listen to music, you're a consumer. If you watch football all the time, you have all these opinions, you know which player scored when, none of that changes your life. Producers in soccer, they go to training every single morning, and then they do that thing where it's like, oh, I haven't done this thing before, and this is really, really difficult. I'm going to do this 1,000 times so that this feels easy. And then, okay, I'm going to do the next trick 1,000 times. And that's hard, but that's how people get good at things. Video games, like if you're a producer, you have to get good at playing video games, or you have to be entertaining, and that's hard. There's always like a very steep skill thing that you have to get over to become a producer, and producers get everything. So all successful people, producers. And what do their lives look like? What we just covered. Like Mike Tyson's life and his discipline is the same discipline that Mr. Beast has, just doing what he's trying to do every single day. So he would wake up at like 4 a.m. every single day and like just train. Same thing with Kobe, same thing with Cristiano Ronaldo or Messi. Like they wake up and they just do the thing that they do, and they get good and they learn new skills. They can't win a match or lose a match. However, from a net calculation, they always win. Like Cristiano Ronaldo might lose a match, or Mike Tyson might lose a boxing match, but he's still more successful than 99% people. So I hope you guys have a really good idea about money and what you specifically have to do from today, and that it's a lifestyle decision. It's not a one-time thing. You just kind of keep doing it and you keep getting better and better over time. So I'm going to end this video with this quote that I really, really like from Theodore Roosevelt. It's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold, timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. So what is he talking about? Same thing. If you study anyone from history, any successful people, literally every successful people I studied, it's all the same principle. And there is actually no failure in self-improvement. Because again, like these people could lose a match, but they would still be more successful than most people. I really wanted to add this last part in. So the school system versus the real world, a lot of wrong ideas are ingrained into people from the school system, because how school works and how you become successful in school is completely different from how you become successful in the real world. So in school, there's an element of dichotomy. It's very black and white. You either passed or you failed. So you prepare for your exam, and then you sit for your exam, you give the exam, and then you either passed or you failed. But how the real world works is you prepare for the exam, and then you give the exam, and then if you failed, you now know what's in the question paper, right? You can immediately look up the answers for the questions on the question paper and immediately make another attempt. And then if you still don't get 100 out of 100, you can again see where your mistakes were. Like, oh, I could have done this better. This part I need to improve. And then you can go and improve that while you know what's in the question paper. You've already made an attempt, and then you can make another attempt till you finally get it right. Like, that's the fundamental difference. Again, because of the school system, people are like, oh, I just have to get this right in my first attempt, and I have to be perfect. Or there's an idea of perfectionism. But in the real world, the way you make anything that's perfect is through doing it enough times, and through doing, you develop enough skills till where the thing you make is good. Like, your first attempt can't be good because you don't have enough feedback and iterations that you would need to make it good. And I really wanted to add this in because this is the fundamental issue that keeps people from starting things. Because what has been ingrained in our brain ever since we were in school is that, oh, like, if I do this, I'm either going to be a failure or I'm going to be successful. But that entire concept does not exist anywhere in the real world. You never really fail like that. You can always keep making attempts. And another thing I really wanted to add before we end this video are the wrong expectations set by a college degree. Because the precedent or the expectation set by a college degree is an entitlement to income. Like, oh, I have a college degree. That means everyone else is just waiting to give me a job and waiting to give their money away to me. But that is not how money fundamentally works. And you don't get paid just to have a degree or for a service. You could not have a degree, but if you have a skill to solve a problem, you are going to get paid. So you don't get paid for services or because you have a degree. You get paid to solve a problem completely for a consumer. And the other terrible expectation set by a college degree is this idea of completion of education. Like, oh, I finished my MBA, that means I now know everything there is to know about business. Or, oh, I finished like this degree, and that means I don't have to study anymore. Like, I finished this computer science degree, that means I don't have to study anymore, and I should just go out into the job market and people should just throw jobs at me. But that is not how it works. Specifically, if you are in tech, you have to keep learning because, like, specifically in Bangladesh, people are going to get out with a computer science degree. They're going to know HTML and JavaScript and all this stuff. But the marketplace doesn't pay you for knowing HTML and JavaScript. They don't pay you because you can just provide a service or you just have a skill. It pays you if you solve a problem using those skills. Does that make sense? It's like, oh, using this, I can build a website that generates customers for a business, and they make way more money from the thing I did for them than the amount of money that they pay me. And that's when you get paid. Until you can do that, you have to keep studying and your education isn't completed. Like, you might get a law degree, but what did we learn in this course? You then have to learn 10,000 other things that have nothing to do with your law degree. Why? Because that's just fundamentally how it works. Like, you can't get customers. Yes, you have your law degree, you have the skill, but now you have to learn the other stuff to get clients and make money. So you're never done studying till you can completely fix the problem. And the amount you get paid is a lot lower than the value of the problem being solved to the customer. Perceived sense of entitlement doesn't get you paid. Again, there's a lot of, but my college told me, but this degree, you can think that way, but that's not going to, again, put money in your pockets. So it's going to put you in a state of complaining. And what is a state of complaining? A state of complaining is essentially a state where you don't get anything done. And you stay where you are. And you get to be right, but you don't get to have what you actually want. What's even the point of you getting to be right when you're not even really right? Okay, or feeling like you're right. But this is really very important. That's why I kept it in. So this one time I was walking back home, and this was when I was making around $3,000, $4,000 a month, which is a lot of money for Bangladesh. And I met a 33 23-year-old-ish man, and he stopped me in the middle of the street and he was like, oh, hey, can you buy me food? And he seemed well dressed and educated, like he could talk well. And I'm like, all right, sure, I'll buy you food. And then he kept telling me this story of how he got an MBA, but the government couldn't give him a job. The way you should think is, again, everything is my fault, because if it's not, there's nothing I can do. Let's put ourselves in his shoes. Oh, he got a degree, he got an MBA degree, now he still can't find a job. He's like in his 30s, and he's getting a guy who's like in his mid-20s to pay for his food. Now, again, that is fine. I didn't have a problem paying for his food. The point is, what he told me, he was like, oh, the government couldn't give me a job. That is not how money works. No one can make you earn, because you have to solve problems for other people. Inherently, the way a job works is you get paid way less than the amount of money or value you bring to a business. Like, that's how all of it works. All money exchange works, right? So if you hold on to these ideas which are wrong, all you're going to be is frustrated, and the world's just not going to make sense to you. You're going to feel like a victim. But that feeling isn't going to get you really what you want, right? So if I was him, I'd be like, sure, I got a college degree. It seems like I'm not going to make any money from this. What can I still do now? All right, so what are other people doing? Let me learn a few skills. Maybe let me learn SEO or something. Sure, I tried this MBA thing. It didn't work out for me. What can I still do? And how much more do I still have to learn? And the last thing that I added is from this video, from a Jordan Peterson speech. And this speech fundamentally really changed my life, because I come back to it again and again. I'll try to link it in the description. So it talks about the element of sacrifice being inherently built into maturation. So when you are a child, you can be anything, but you aren't really anything. And all you are is just unrealized potential. Oh, this child can be anything. Like, I am still young enough to do anything, but you're not really anything at all. So as you age, for you to be anything, what you need to do is commit. You need to make a decision on one thing, because you're not going to be 100 things. You have the possibility to choose from 100 things as a kid, but as you age, you have to pick a thing, and then you have to get good at it from everything that we've learned. But if you don't make that decision, then you end up not being anything. You're like in your 30s and you're not anything at all. You haven't developed any skills. You're not self-sufficient. So as you age, you're running out of time. And not all of the potential can be realized. Only a select 1 or 2 of the million possibilities that are in your head can be realized, because things take time and effort. And the rest has to be sacrificed, or all of it will get sacrificed. You're going to find yourself in a position of stasis, where you're just not moving. In purgatory, where like you have to make a decision or else nothing's going to happen. There is an element of sacrifice built into maturation, or else you can't mature. You have to make that decision and cut off alternatives. And some of them might be things you really hold close to your heart, where you're like, oh, I always had this dream. But for the time being, for at least 3 years, you have to be like, I'm not going to do any of this. I'm going to focus in and go all in on one thing, or else I'm not going to be anything. So I really wanted to add this last part in before we close. Alright guys, thank you for watching. That was it for this video. I hope this video helped you understand how money works and all the different ways today through which you can start a business. So to recap, this is what you're going to do from today. You're going to take a piece of paper and write out your interests. And then if there is something already there where people are making a lot of money, then you're going to form a business around that. In my case, it wasn't something that I was interested in. It was just something that I already knew. And I saw that, oh, people make a lot of money teaching English in this country, so I'm going to do that as well. And then I did do it. And then over time, I got really good at it. Now, if there's something like that in your case, like if you're a girl and you really know how to do makeup really well, and there's a big market around that, you could start a YouTube channel from today and just get the ball rolling, because you don't even know where this thing is going to end. Once the compounding effects start taking over, you don't even know how lucky you might get. But you just have to start something. If you're in fitness, just start something. But with the direction that I've given you, right? Like over time, you're going to build out an audience that way and then try to monetize it so you can make money from the very beginning. And for most of you, it's going to be that you're not good at anything. And that's fine, because there are plenty of people who figured out that they weren't really good at anything, but that was just the current version of themselves. So what they decided to do is they did courses and learned a skill, like a high income skill. We also understood what high income skills are. All money is made through a sale, and different skills are required at different levels of a business funnel. And if you learn even one skill in that business funnel, and over time you're going to keep learning stuff, you can exchange that to people like doctors, to other people who have a beauty brand, right? Like they might need a website built. And that's how you can get the ball rolling. What are you interested in? Are people making money from that? If they are, pursue that and build out that system that I showed you in this video over time. If there's nothing that works for you, you're going to have to learn a skill and then do the same thing. And you just have to get the ball rolling and over time get really good. And I hope you got a lot of value from this video. If you really did and you really want to help me out, here's how you can help me out. Share this video with your international friends. I'm trying to create an international brand. So if you have friends around the world, maybe share this video with them. That would really help me out. And if not, that's fine. Thank you for watching this video. I'm going to see you in the next one.